There he is. You could smell me coming. I probably smell like throat coat tea because that's what I poured. So therefore, I probably smell like licorice root, which I personally like the smell of. Hi, Sparky. Hello for a little bit. Hi, Dio. Dio, I related to you so much in Lupin stream yesterday when you were like, I want to stream. It's been so long, but I should not for my body. That is exactly how I felt for like the past freaking week. It's like, well, I'm home. I finished my recap, but my body, I guess, be kind to it. Oh, you saw the Hops Handler account online in the mod list. That's a smart way to check if I'm close to being live. Hi, Zap. Zap, I love your custom fight stick that I will not be showing stream. I sent that to a friend of mine who's a big, let's just say, fan of the character that you put on the front of it. Mahusiv. Hi, Mahusiv. Mahusiv, mission was accomplished at the con. I feel like you and I know what I'm talking about. Thank you, but also fair. Hi, Zayden. Zayden, I'm so excited to be nibbled by you once more. Hi, Rick. Hello. 9 months. Whoa. Oh, sorry, 21. I can't believe my fucking activity feed.
Rick Flork, love you, Caliph. Thanks for everything.
Chat, did you know that Rick Fernello had an announcement on their stream today? I'm gonna go find a Rick Fernello VOD so I can talk about it. Okay, so if I go to twitch.tv/Rick Fernello/videos. All right, shut up, Firefox. And then I go over here. Recent broadcasts. Yeah, right there. Jump to Celeste to a random point. I'm loading. All right, you be quiet. All right, I'll be covering them if I don't move. Chat, did you know that Rick Fernello has a furry VTuber now? Whoa. For anybody here who knows Derek Squirreltail, a mutual friend, you can see them in the chat right there. You can see me in the chat right there. Yeah, Derek took the Skip 4D chibi base, which is like super customizable. My husband, the rat, uses the chibi base. Derek, the squirrel, uses the chibi base. This is also the chibi base. I've seen the Blender files and the Unity files on my husband's computer. You can do a whole lot with it. You can like exchange cheek fluffs and like eye shapes and like body types and tails. Like it's meant to be kind of essentially like a 3D paper doll. It's really interesting. Hope you're feeling better. Yeah. Oh, I was like so out of it for a while, like full on legit. I definitely suffered through brain fog, so I did the only thing that anybody with brain fog does to feel better. I played a shit ton of Mega Bonk. You can see 35.5 hours. I have 95 out of 102 achievements in Mega Bonk because it was my, I guess I'm sick and I can't get anything done, so I might as well just play a fucking bullet heaven for a while. Oh man. So speaking of the idea of feeling better, yesterday, I was like, oh yeah, I'm like 80%. And then I still played games at the end of the night. Oh man, a better example would have been 2 days ago. So Sunday, I'm like, oh, I'm going to start to be better, to get back on my habits. And I started to. Like, I actually did a meditation. I did a walk outside. I did some chores. I journaled. And then I completely lost all energy to do anything. And then I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to be bonking. It was a very good thing for that. Like, to have a game that was newly released while I got sick to just play with friends and talk about with friends. It was a good distraction. Ozzy, hello. Hi. Deckies, hi. Ba-da-da. What the fuck is this emo? I did not see that. That's great.
Caliph loaf, 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 Caliph comfy.
Caliph comfy. Thank you so much, Deckies, for 55 months. So Deckies is playing a game called it's not Dragon Warriors, fucking Dynasty Warriors. There we go. Dynasty Warriors Origins. And I watched the beginning cutscene crawl. And in the cutscene crawl, they're like, and then they attacked the Yellow Turban Warriors. So I'm like, they're literally yellow warriors. I thought that was the funniest thing I said in your stream. Ozzy, hope you're doing well. Pepper, hope you're doing great too. Yeah, Rick, I love to see the VTuber. When you talked about an announcement, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know what's going to happen. But it's so great to see it in action. As you're well aware, and as Derek has done a great job showcasing, VTubers are like infinitely customizable. I don't know if there's anything aside from that one frond that doesn't respond to shaders correctly, like that you'd want to change. I'm a slut for very particular VTubing things. Like I like having a gentle environmental rim on the corner. I like having my eyes. I like having my two-tone shade map. I like having like the reactive lighting. Yeah, so I went over there. Ooh, the game colors are applied to me. A little bit of shading. Like there's so many things you can do with a 3D VTuber. It's really fun. Glad you're worried about the Kangi. Thank you, Zap. And like, I wasn't really too sick the past like 4 days, but I was sniffling so much and would be gross to listen to. And also, my voice was so fucking shot on Sunday. I didn't like record anything, but anybody who heard me in a Discord call like Lupin and Rago and Thundy, here's my imitation of how I sounded on Sunday. Hey everyone, yeah. It's going okay. Yeah, it was like that. It was like raspy and deep, and then I had to sniffle and cough. If you can't be productive, you've honestly a productivity killer. True. Toe Muncher, I hope you're well. I love this KT Cutie Pie Toes. It's so funny. Arky, hello. They turned the war babies into actual babies. They're so young. Hi, Modest. A small win for Mahusiv. So you spent your weekend doing some deep cleaning of your apartment. There's still work to be done. Your living space is manageable now. On $4 and change, including the Sacagawea. Oh, I forgot about the Sacagawea gold coins. Rega, how would you describe my voice on Sunday? Because I just mentioned you. We loved the Yellow Warriors until they became evil. Deckies, did you fucking see Kieran's group name in VR chat? So chat, I know a lot of people who, you know, the aforementioned phrase Yellow Warriors. Fucking Kieran, I don't know how they found this group, but in VR chat, the group name was, to make sure you get home safe, bro, make sure you send me a piss video. It was something like that. Like, oh, you know, did you get home safe? Send me a piss video so I can check. It was absolutely hilarious. Like, the top part got cut off because it's such a long phrase, but it's so funny. Hi, Lupin! Ba-da-da!
Oh hi, Calithu Woo.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Hi, Lupin. Lupin, how would you describe my voice on Sunday? Bristle, Evo. So funny enough, your roommate says I'm hotter when I'm hot and you have a deep voice. Yeah, I when I'm sick, I do tend to have a broken up, deeper, raspy voice. And I do think it is a little bit sexy, but it's not worth being sick to sound sexier. Also, Stratsky. Stratsky, when I was in Harbus's chat earlier, I didn't say your name, I just said error. To imply that when I'm around you, I'm just animalistic. Oh, you played 8 hours of Crystal Project already? Help you? It's fun, isn't it? I think it's interesting having like an open world RPG with exploratory elements. I like the structure. So my sick voice, says Rago, is as sultry as ever, but deeper than you can imagine. You can imagine me as a dom for a bit. Oh, what a good false reality. Hi, Yuki. Ruff, arr. Your voice is like if you went to a bar and had a Tom Waits a gin and tonic with the contents of an ashtray. No, thank you. I think, to my recollection, and I may be wrong about my own life, I think I've only ever had one gin cocktail, and that was like 3 years ago or something. I'm usually a whiskey guy. Twitch asked me to say my ad blocks, but your ad block not working for Twitch ads. That's weird. I've been on Twitch Turbo for a long time just because I watch a lot of streams. So I haven't had to try and deal with the whole, if you don't have Twitch Turbo, what do you do and how well does it work and how do you research it? I am not caught up on that knowledge. Hope I'm feeling better. I would describe myself as 93.47% better. Like, I can feel Like, my voice is not fully there. I don't feel like I have the full range that I normally have. I feel like I'm at a higher timbre. I feel like I'm a nerd ready to get pushed against a locker and bullied. But the voice is less important to me than the mind. I feel like as long as my mind feels like 100%, which I would prescribe it as true, as yes, I am here at the top of the Kangi Mountain, then that's what I really care about for doing my very long recap over here. Chat, speaking of Kelif's hot voice, did you know I had this look going at the con? um, Believe you me, walking around as loud as possible, as in dragon shirt and dragon skirt and dragon badge. It was easy to find people. But I'll get to that. I just want to talk to Chad about you because I haven't been streaming for like 2 weeks. Last weekend, actually, sorry, 2 weekends ago, I went to AFC and then I just, I was tired originally because I spent all Monday traveling back home and got into my bed at 1 in the morning. And then I was super tired on Tuesday, and then I got sick by Wednesday. The con crud caught up to me. And then my body slash voice slash mind has been gently recovering since then. So in other words, this is the first day that I've streamed in like, probably a long time. Don't count the days, it'll make me feel bad. Rye and coked. Ooh, dragon. Sorry, I got distracted by the word dragon. Nice, I need to be pinned by a boy and smooched. I don't even have that commission ready to flip to. I'm so fucking unprepared. Oh my God. Scrolling up in my DMs of the artist. Oh, thank God it's so easy to find. Okay, cool. We almost had to go. How long is stream going? 12 minutes. Without looking at this commission work in progress. Ooh, yeah. Octomano. There we go. I turned off a couple of redeems that are quote unquote distracting. As in anything that'll cause me to pause, as in dragons and puffs and rars and stuff. But that's intentional because I want to focus on this today and also get back into the flow. So by Thursday, I should be ready to go. Chat, speaking of interruptions to my stream life and schedule, here's an alert. My toes.
Caliph boom, caliph boom, caliph boom, cangy real caliph boom, caliph boom, caliph boom.
Caliph boom. Thanks for those mottos for 6 months in advance. That's so nice of you. Thank you very much for like the 2 freaking years too. While I was offline and fucking sick. Silverbask, who I know you know, which is why I'm mentioning them, also subbed for 2 years because I always use my Prime on them and they always use their Prime on me, which is a good way of showing friend affection. Dear chat, this drink is fictional and based around how deep and gritty Tom Waits' voice is. Do not ask for one. Blib blib. Hi, Obama. Oh, you want to get gin drunk with Peasy? I did drink with Pronzo at the con. Hot boiler. Hi, Galley. Chad, did you know Galley has fursuit claws that have, what are they, resin tip? They're hard. So they sent me a video of them with their fursuit paws going, oh, can I do it like this? Moves the mic down like, yeah, like that, but hotter because it was like hard claw tips. Soft claw tips, those are good for regular fursuits and everything and great for posing and whatnot. Hard claw tips that you can feel wrap against the surface, those are extra hot. You like the butt on the boy doing the pinning? Yeah, Octomano, A is good at drawing butts. B is good at drawing kisses. C is good at perspective. And D makes me horny. Pasky. Hi, Pasky. Pasky, I hope your con was amazing. I got to see you at a lot of different parts, which made me happy. I got to hug you. I got to write as if you were my World War II mistress in your notebook with pretty cursive. So there was a lot of positives between the you and me. All jokes aside, you really hope I'm feeling better. I am. Like, I'm absolutely feeling better since Sunday. Hope you had a good time. I did have a good time. How's my con drinking? I only drank at one party. Is that it? No, sorry. Well, okay, so I'll have to tell you the whole thing, but I technically drank at 2 parties, but the second one was really not alcoholic at all. The first one was. Kibaba. Hi, Kiba. The better to scratch boys with. Oh, your con was so good. I love that for you. You got to see Caliph, which is a really nice, positive. Chat, I gotta tell a small, quick story that's part of a larger story. So, I went to a room party where Pasky and Kusa were present. Kusa asked me to do a tarot card reading for them, which I had never done for anybody ever before. So it's a cool moment for me. And we were just talking back and forth about the question they wanted to ask. And I was like, well, we could explore that together. And Pasky from the other side of the room was like, Caliph, I need you to know I felt like a chill through my spine when you said that phrase. They were like not even nearby, but they really liked how I said, well, we could explore that together. Which now that I say out loud and attempting to do a sultry voice while I don't have my full range, could definitely be like an interlude to a porn comic. You're right. D makes me horny too. Isn't it fun being horny with friends? Smile emoji. You wish you were there. Do you have any plans for future AFCs, Bristle, or other cons? The emotionally intelligent kangaroo is hot. It's funny you say that phrase because I had a meeting with my boss earlier and he said, Caliph, I appreciate how emotionally intelligent you are. You should make plans. I agree. I mean, like, 2026 is forever away. Parentheses, just a couple months. It's scarily close. Hi, Wolf.
Yank G.
Gee, wow, that did not pause as long as that you or I thought it would. Thank you so much, Wolf, for 8 months. I hope your week, I was going to say week or weekend, but it's actually been 2 weeks. I hope you've been great. There we go. PJ Farr, hello. I just like Funky Kong. Oh, man. It's great to see everybody. I missed literally every single one of you. I'm a very much routine person. I'm very much a habit person. So for that to get interrupted for any reason, whether it's fun con stuff, sorry, that didn't happen at the con. Whether it's like fun con stuff or whether it's sickness, both of which did happen to me over the past 2 weeks, it makes me miss what's part of my life. It makes me have to replace it with other things that aren't nearly as fulfilling emotionally. But that's okay. I am on the up and up. I would say I'm almost nearly 100% to the way that I used to be and wish to be back to soon. But there is one more thing that's going to interrupt, very heavy quotes, my schedule. My mom is actually coming to visit this upcoming weekend. We haven't seen each other in a couple of years. That habit where I just live my own life and completely focus on my hobbies and my job and then forget that my friends exist and all these beautiful connections in my life exist. And then I remember I have to keep up with them. And I'm like, oh, wow, it's been 7+ months since we last talked one-on-one. I get that from my mom. She's a workaholic. She's a focusaholic. She's a hobbyaholic. And I got that plus basically all of my cool personality traits from her. So in other words, it's been a while, and she's going to be staying in my house from Saturday to Monday, and then she's leaving Monday evening. So theoretically, I'll still be streaming on Tuesday. I actually will still be in VR on Friday because she's not getting there until Saturday. But it's really just going to be catching up. We're just going to like talk. We're going to hug. We're going to eat nice food, probably go to like the botanical garden or some cute outside trip because she loves the outside, and I should get more of it because I've been holed up inside being sick. So that'll be really nice. I love my mom. She's great. So really, you're like, damn, I already missed the con. I don't remember how you phrased it, Pasky, in the gigantic AFC group chat that got hundreds of messages every few hours. But you were like, damn, post-con depression got hands. You're a very routine piece and you get an amount of anxiety when plans are made too quickly. True, agree. Hi, Quiz. Hi, Shaban. It was so fun and interesting every day. Yeah. Oh, the walking, I miss moving around so much. Yeah, same. I didn't look at my watch for like how much I did walk, but I was over in the Sheraton. Chat, do you want to see the hastily made diagram I made for my boyfriend during a call the other day? So I was over in the Sheraton. The DoubleTree right here is where most people were, and I also spent some time in the Azure. This circle right here is the actual con center, which I guess you could add like a C to. But this walk right here is about a half a mile, and I made that, I don't know, like 2 to 3 times every day. Well, it'd have to be an even number. 2 to 4 times, like every day at the con, that plus just actually walking around. So my leggies did look good, and they felt good. The Cobalt Core? Okay, there's so many fucking things to talk about because it's been 2 weeks. Also, hi, Embellis. Chat, I've talked about it, but now I actually have it 100% set up. Yeah, here it is. Um, I'm just waiting, I'm waiting. Okay, cool. So, hi, I actually got my record player set up. It's cleaner than this now. This is like the second after I got it ready and I wanted to show people. I don't think you can hear that, can you? Oh, you can't. Oh, wait, no, wait, let me, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. It's like this. I had the audio source muted just in case it would overlap. Okay. Many stuffed animals. I did. Uh-huh. This is on Tuesday. Yeah, these are the nails that I had at the con, too. I pointed the perfect time. I was ready. Yeah, I knew it. And I do a little spin. But yes, that's my record player setup. All the stuffed animals, don't worry. You probably saw them in a huge pile and you're like, what happened to them? What's the end of that story? They're all in the guest room now. So when my mom visits, she'll have a lot of potential friends. The guest room has 2 beds, side note. Foodski. Foodski's been forever. Hi, hope you're doing well. Enjoy your look for food. Ooh, the con cardio, true. Hi, Cadenza. Ooh, okay, it's true. Yeah, I had a location like right next to the In-N-Out, which like, so there's 2 spots that were really close to me that I went to. I can do that better. I'll zoom in. There was a Wendy's that I went nearby to breakfast, but like the In-N-Out, or I guess it looks like IO, was like also really close to the Sheraton. I'm drawing just because there's a lack of space, but it was like a block and a half. It was really close to me. You know that purple? Uh-huh. Yeah. So the soundtrack we're listening to right now, I have on vinyl. It comes on 2 vinyls, each with 2 sides. And I've been listening to it during the workday. That room that I just showed off is kind of like the downstairs main room, and my room is right across from that, and my work room is right across from that also. So I spent a lot of time working this past week and just playing the record itself. Hi, Derek. There we go. Ba-da-da. Caliph Comfy. Derek, thanks so much for 29 or 30 months. I can't tell the activity feed. It always confuses me. Oh, and Rick already stopped by and we talked about how cool your avatar work was for them. I bet that felt awesome seeing your work live on Twitch.television. So you didn't really get hit with like a wave of sadness this past game about PCD. It was really isolated in a way to not have some. Ah, I know! Not have someone to reach out to touch because, so full context. The week before AFC, so 3 weekends ago, my husband did his own trip. He got back and then I left to go to AFC. The day he was going to pick me up, I was actually in the air, so I didn't see the message until I land. He tested positive for COVID. This was the last Monday. I was talking to them in the kitchen upstairs yesterday, and he told me, Kelf, I feel like I am 80%, but that's kind of been the household. We're trying to stay distance, large buffer between each other, and just get better in our own little bubbles. So each time we see each other upstairs, we're just both like masked up because as far as I know, we're sick with different things. Like I think I have generic con crud and he actually tested positive for COVID. So we don't want to compound these sicknesses while our immune systems are already getting hammered. So fingers crossed that neither of us get sick again or anything continues and that by the time my mom visits this weekend, we're both like 110% and super ready to go. But yes, it's been a quiet go nowhere, be not able to touch each other household. They have to look. No, I would never put them on the floor behind the couch. Miss being able to pet and hug your cute friends. Pasky, I know I keep teasing you about this, but it's the first time I've gone live since AFC. Do you want to tell the chat how you felt having 6 friends and various levels of clothing all pet you all at the same time? I did. I literally threw everything off that dresser because it was the best spot to, like, put up the record player. You heard, you heard Kelly could experience stripping? We'll get there eventually. Gotta hit them with an old gay little twirl. Yeah. This weekend had interesting moments. Yeah, Kiba. How was your convention? It was like this. You should have gone in and out more, honestly. I went the one. Where does the framed Rexo picture go? Matos, I'm terrible. I got it framed. I still haven't framed it. I still haven't hung it up anywhere. To have your own spaces. Mm-hmm. The next week, more of a vinyl sick about having milk crates of records everywhere. So I'm still been like sick and I don't want to like go anywhere. One sad thing, because I was sick post-con, I did have tickets to go see the Callous Dowboys, but that was the night that I really started to develop like symptoms and I was big sniffly and coughing. And I'm like, even best case scenario where I go masked up to the concert, I will not have energy to stand for 4 hours in general admission and appreciate it. And also I would feel like a piece of shit if I did get anybody sick, even if I couldn't possibly know. So I ended up not going to that concert, but my Hail the Sun concert is next month, and I will definitely 100%, 1000% go to that one. Felix, hi. Oh, you're gonna explode having 6 friends and various levels of clothing all pet and appreciate you. You felt your face blush so hard. Didn't even know you could blush like that. You like attention, but that was a lot positive. Chat, it's a traditional color stream where I took 30 minutes of talking before I start talking. So I'm going to force myself to actually begin doing the official Quan talking. But I'm gonna sip water. I'm gonna be kind of my voice, give myself a small breather, and then sip my tea, and then I'll start. Whoa, I did it! Thank you. I did research in the past. I'm like, how do people who use their voice all the time actually warm up their voice? And people are like, bruh, just like hum, just like do like gentle scales. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I don't need to talk a lot leading to stream. I can just hum. I can just go through gentle scales or go through melodies while I cook dinner and while I clean up all my dishes and do chores before stream. So that's what I did to warm up. Whoa! Hi, Minty. I'm gonna sit. Was I sniffly? So it was twofold. I was sniffly and my voice was destroyed. Hi, Hairbun. Don't you already basically do that? I mean, I do, but I feel like I need to do it more because I haven't really been talking too much very intentionally. So I did Friday VR. I sat in a chair and I did not stand the entire night to try and not use too much energy, but I did talk for like 5 hours. And then on Saturday, I still hung out with my boyfriend and I still talked for like 4 hours with him. I went to bed early both nights. And then I did a Discord call on Sunday and I did talk a little bit. So the work week, aka yesterday and today, I've been really resting my voice. I don't think I said many words at all out loud yesterday just to try and give it some space. So today I was like, okay. I actually have to like warm it up before stream. Teleporter, hi. Humming's the vocal warm up. You just pop a throat lozenge before stream. I have you know what? You bring up a good point. I have a gigantic bag of those. It's not the economy size, but the one below that. In the bathroom if I need it, but I forgot to bring any over here. But I do have throat coat right there. Anyway, whoa! I'm gonna start talking about my con. So this was the Friday leading up to AFC, aka 1-2 Fridays ago. My boyfriend is adorable in so many ways, and I will keep talking about him, and nobody can stop me. This is how you know Kelif is actually feeling good and back to streaming, because all of his traditional speech habits are totally present, and he is just getting back into the normal flow of things. So he sent me an image like this, which was very cute. He sent one with his model, but I'm not going to show you because he's a public secret. But he did it like this. So, whoa, wants to hear all about your AFC. They sent this in the morning before I actually like got on my plane. It was a scheduled message. And in parentheses, it was like, oh, after you get back. This is an image that we constantly like send back and forth with each other. Like this particular one wants to hear all about your day. Pretty much every Saturday at 8 p.m., one or both of us will send this to each other right before we start talking. And it's fun. It just like shows a nice level of excitement, of care, of love, and everything like that. So on Friday, so this con had a different structure for me than most cons. Most cons, I'm an early bitch because I go with my husband and we want to maximize our money and our time and our friend and our affections. To me, this was a budget con, AFC. You might be wondering, Caliph, why the fuck did you go to a Californian con that is inconvenient for any non-Californians to go to? What was your inspiration? Well, inquisitive chat member, this was my inspiration. Or if you're Kurton. So, AFC G, AFC guy, or as Kurton would love to call them, AFC bro. So, what was it, a month and a half before the con started? I was flirting with this guy, and I said, oh, flips hair, for no reason. What's your upcoming cons look like? Because there's some people who it's like, unless you're really intentional about what cons you choose, you will literally never fucking see them ever. So you just have to reach out and be like, bitch, I want to see you. Where do you go? And this is just one of those like open questions with a flirtatious tilde. And they told me, oh, I do all of these 4 cons routinely. AFC's one of them. And I'm like, I know people who go to AFC, like Lupin, Bug, Golden, all those people said it was really awesome last year. I didn't even consider that. It was not even in my potential wheelhouse of cons to go to. So I thought, fuck it. Like, I'm just gonna go. It's going to be a budget con. As in, it's still basically just as expensive, but I'm going to stay less days to save a bit of money. So I went from Friday afternoon, I go from Central Time to West Coast, so therefore I time travel 2 hours back. So I don't have to take a super duper early flight to still get there early. Like my plane was scheduled to land before 1 p.m. and I thought that's a whole afternoon, awesome. I go back at like Monday at 6 p.m. That's late as shit. I still have like 4 full days basically at a con. And I ever done that before. I had also never like packed light before. I've always brought like a gigantic suitcase. Chat, surprising nobody, I'm a planner. And I have like an incredibly extensive checklist to-do list to prepare for cons. And I thought, you know what? People like Henway, people like Windful Arts, they're a huge fan of just bring the backpack, nothing else. And I wanted to experience a combination of smaller budget con slash also backpack conning and see how I felt about both of those, either together or separately, to gauge how like I want to do my 2026 con slate. Because also, side note, I almost always just hang out with my husband, as in we both share a room together, we save money, and then we both get bed early because we're consistent workers, and we both wake up around 6 or 8 in the morning at cons, and we have somebody to do something with. Californians, I already knew, but extra learned, are super not morning people. There was one day at the con, I woke up at 6:21 in the morning nice, and I'm like, I literally have to wait multiple hours for anybody I know to be around. But no, I have a lot of feelings, and I'll talk about all of them as I go through this. Inspiration, horny. What's the horny topic today? Going to a con to make out with a boy, and that's the reason that you go. Prep the bingo, boy. Always for kissing boys. Oh yeah, cute boys, true. I got the image of your timeline the other days. Carisha, hello. Yeah, I'm a big flirting fan, it's true. You ever packing PDF in a backpack trip? It's an awesome packing lightly. Yeah, I definitely prefer the full like suitcase life, having done the backpack tripping. I will say, landing at Monday heavy quotes morning at 12:30 a.m., so really Tuesday, and then just being able to run to the fucking car because I already have my backpack in tow and not having to get a carry-on, or especially not having to wait to a suitcase, felt really good. I don't know if it's worth all the other things that brings, but that was awesome. That's true. Vacuum bags, they're a very good combo with that. Oh, Strutsky's also a light packer. 10 a.m. Zap, in full honesty, I don't know if I've slept to 10 a.m. Literally all 2025. Have a good night, Tio. Super Not Morning people and the Torah time change really hurt there. So fucking true. You think he's still con crazy? Hi, Faye. Faye, I'm doing so much better than I was the past 4 days, just in terms of health. Operation Kiss Boys. It's true. So people might ask me, might be thinking, oh, Kelev, you definitely brought your counter, didn't you? The one that you brought to AC and got officially 442. That was the final count boy kisses. What a great memory you have, imaginary chat member. I did not. I thought I liked it a lot for the one con bit, but I don't want that to be the only thing that I do. I want to have like a wide variety of bits. And if my bit this con is to literally spend almost $1,000 just to make out with one guy and flirt hardcore with him, yeah, sure, that's my bit. Backpack con you did a couple times. So it was nice also because this is a budget con, heavy quotes budget con for me, where I'm like, well, if I only bring a backpack, I literally cannot purchase things and take them home. So I better not. I have to save money by not doing dealers then stuff because I can't bring it. Ooh, a KISS registry journal? You bring a great idea. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna share a video. So I was talking to Spec on Friday. We're never gonna finish this recap, by the way, but that's okay. So I was talking to Spec on Friday, and Spec is like, Kelev, I have to send you a video. And this is the video that they were talking about. So they were like, yeah, this girl travels with Play-Doh and journals with it. And before I saw the video, I'm like, no, what? What does that mean? Here's this video. Oh, sorry, it's doubled. I knew that would happen. There we go. So she uses like little stamping to be able to keep the unique patterns that she sees using the Play-Doh, and then has those for the future. A, that seems like a horrible way to get germs everywhere, but B, otherwise it seems like really cute and very fun. Yeah, you love the stamp idea. I never considered it. When I saw that, I'm like, oh, you know what? She's actually cooking with that. So when you said KISS registry journal, I was imagining, so when you make out hardcore with a boy, you have them at the end of the session put on lipstick and kiss your journal. Didn't Seamus give you a... I mean, they placed their paws on my face, and I did smell the Frito smell that was the was the corn chip fursuit spray that you put on their paws. So I did feel that. I don't think anyone here is... Expect you finish your recap in one stream? Wow! So I've only taken 2 streams for a recap, like at Anthrocon. It's never happened for another one. After you're done with the trip, you have a Play-Doh snack for the flight home? No, thank you. Hi, Rumble! So I had a strange mindset leading into the con. Surprising nobody, work stuff has been like in turmoil in my mind. And that's part of the reason I think my mind put more weight upon this trip than it would like most con trips. Most con trips are like, oh, wow, this is going to be so fun. It's going to be great. And it's not there to try and tip the scales in any way. I usually live a either neutral or positive base existence, but I feel like I have tilted slightly in the other way recently because I have felt listless. And I think the con itself was like, oh, hey, this kind of has to be an awesome con because my life has been boring and I need like an escape. And boys' lips are a great way to get locked into escaping. So, I mean, talking a little bit about like the airport stuff. I woke up at 6 a.m. on Friday, like I normally do. And then we drove over to the airport. My husband dropped me off for like 7:30, so it wasn't super early. And then I had my like little waiting, and then I just started thinking. Then I was on the first flight. I was thinking, and the mind escapes any cage. Like I'm just there sitting in a room, but I'm thinking, oh man, work sucks. This con's gonna be super cool. I'm gonna see AFC guy. We're gonna make out, and like I'm going to talk to like Lupin, and I'm gonna see Pasky for the first time. I'm gonna meet Clear Rays for the first time. And I had like this little checklist of all the reasons the con would be awesome. And it was hard not to, in that moment, have expectations, which I feel like is usually a poor way to have a con. Now, having the expectation of, I'm excited to hug this friend, that's cool. But having the expectation of, this con is going to fix the negativity in my life, that's too much weight to put on it. So I was kind of like having this mental battle and hurdle, and also what the fuck else do you do to pass time when you're going to be having, 6 hours of flight and or waiting and or driving and or traveling? So yeah, there's a lot of my mind leading into it. One small note about the connection, I could not get like a one-way flight there. It had to have like one quick layover. The first flight, as they always are, took a little bit longer than expected. So I landed in the Phoenix airport, which is fucking gigantic. As soon as we dropped down in the first plane, I got the little notification of, oh, you had a gate change. And they did an announcement. They're like, oh yeah, we're going to be at D5. And the gate change said D12. And I'm like, those must be right next to each other. That is what's implied. Asterisk, the Phoenix airport is gigantic, so therefore D5 to D12 was actually a 5-minute jog with my backpack. So yeah, I did have to do that. But to be fair, I have been doing 1 to 2 5Ks every week leading up to the con. So in other words, my legs were in good shape to have to do a 5-minute jog to make my second flight. So there was no concern there, but I was a little huffy by the time I got there. Corn chips. Corn chip fursuit pause is a genius immersion. It was great, yeah. Girlfriend made me a very happy and love trans boy. That's really cute. Lock in your lips to lock out the thoughts. I love the snotters. Oh, that's true. There's so much happened at the con. The Hershey's Kiss, you're so right. You pass out the entirety of a flight. My brain was too active on all the flights I had this con. Cardio helps you kiss longer. It's true, you can pant into the boy's mouth very heavily. You know how you see those furry commissions and the artist does like the huff and it looks like little, I don't know, pips of smoke? How do you describe it? Like there's a haze between the mouths? Yeah. Oh, Eva's single sore leg at the moment. It definitely got exercise. Wow. Either that or play sad music and engage in angst while pretending an indie movie while looking at the sky. Hi, Wolvie. So good you feeling better, Kingy? Thank you. I'm so glad to be better. It was so boring being sick. I mean, to be fair, Mega Bonk was fun, but I wanted to do stuff like this. I wanted to be productive. I wanted to check stuff off lists. I wanted to read books. I wanted to go on runs. I wanted to flirt with boys, which to be fair, I did still do while sick. Lore accurate, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna skip some parts that are on right here because I just want to get to the cool meat of it, and also I feel like if I don't, I actually won't finish on stream, but we'll see. So, I don't know how many people who weren't at the con knew, but like a classic furry convention, AFC 2025, at least one of the hotels had an overlap with another convention. I don't know how many people here know what CFC Hold USA National Conferences Love Reborn, but it really just did mean that the Sailor Mouth is going to follow me at this exact moment. But what it really meant is while I was at the airport, I was waiting for the hotel shuttle, and I'm like, this is a statistically unusually large amount of elderly Asian women also waiting for the hotel shuttle. I was unaware about CFC Hold before I got there. But it's a fun game at any airport when going to or from a con to just think, oh, where's the furry? So in the sea of older Asian women, I walked on up and I saw this guy who absolutely had furry vibe energy, both from the shirt and then also from the gigantic bag that was definitely holding some fursuit head in it. So we were both waiting for the hotel shuttle, and I heard this woman like on the phone, and she was like, "So when is the next shuttle coming?" They had, I guess, waiting there a little bit, and you hear like that from the other side, and she's like, "Well, they're actually not here right now. The next one's gonna come in 30 minutes." And at that, like, there was already a large number of people there, so even when the hotel shuttle did come, would it be able to fit everybody? I don't know. So me and the other furry are just like, do you want to share a ride over to the hotel? Oh, you do? What hotel are you in? We're both in the same one? Say less. So this is a furry named Welkin. I didn't mean to zoom out. It's a furry named Welkin. And I got to know Welkin while we ordered the lift and while we just hung out for a little bit there waiting for them. They were there because they hadn't been to a furrycon in a long time, and they'd done a lot of VR chat. They were like really into like EDM and raves, or we're gonna party the frick up. And I'm like, this is good. I'm already making a connection. I'm socially warming up before I see anybody else that I already know at the con. That's something that I try and do leading into a con. Speaking of things leading in, there's going to be an ad leading into the stream right now very soon. But I really like trying to find somebody at the airport or the Uber driver, whoever on the way there, to have some small conversation with, just to like warm up my social skills before I actually get to the con. So Welcome was great for that. So if you're out there, I hope you had a great con too. My favorite conversational piece on the drive on over, he was like, "So, Caliph, how many people do you know at the con?" And I thought, I'm in like a 55-person group chat and I know most of them, so like 30 to 40, I guess. And immediately Welkin was like, 30 to 40. So he was like shocked that I knew this many people going in. And to be fair, I have a statistical advantage of knowing a lot of people given my twitch.television and vrchat.com lifestyle. So I don't know what's normal for people going to cons. I don't know how many people individuals traditionally know. Like back in the day when I started going to cons in 2017, yeah, I knew my husband and that was it. So I probably would have been a 30 to 40 kind of guy as well. But nowadays, I'm blessed to know, like, oh, so many people at cons. Lore accurate. Yeah, all the Filipino... That's true. Yeah, Filipino Christian ladies. There's a bar... Oh, I didn't even see the bar association. I did hear about the bar association meeting. Your flight to AFC has at least 5 furries, 4 of which were dealers. Uh-huh. Do you want me to alerts off? You know what? Yeah, go for it. You got to know Welkin pretty well, huh? I tried. Yeah, we had nice conversations. So, another great thing that happened on the drive over is just in the middle of like listening to Welkin and Joe, our Lyft driver, I look to my left and I'm like, that's literally Lupin, Bug, and Golden walking somewhere on the street. So I'm like, I just talked about knowing 30 to 40 people, and then I recognized 3 people on the drive over Lamau. So I pull out my phone, and I just immediately like start to text Loop, and I'm like, just saw you on my lift, Lamau. And that was also a good way to like let people know that I was there, or at least really close to like getting set up. So that made me happy to like already have seen somebody, to know that some of my friends were like ready and around to socialize. No dragons today. If I finish my con recap, y'all will get a free dragon. Caliph not beating the Poppy for allegations. I only care about increasing the giggling of all the people that I get to know. If that happens to make me a popular guy, then so be it. So I just have to say, the Ontario Convention Center arriving on a Friday at 1 p.m. was incredibly confusing to an alone person who had nobody to walk with. So me and Welkin, we made it to the Sheraton. They showed me their Predagen fursuit head. It was awesome. And then we said our goodbyes. So I went to my hotel. I like I super duperly organized, put everything out of my backpack, got it all ready. I had a section for my clothes, my toiletries, my everything. I did not travel wearing my tights and skirt, by the way, but I did think about it. So I essentially changed into this exact outfit on Friday, and I'm like, okay, mission A, find where the con center is. B, get registered. C, find people. So having all this in mind, I'm like, okay, like this is legitimately easy, right? I'm just gonna walk from the Sheraton, past the DoubleTree, past the Azure, and I'm just gonna walk into the convention center. Asterix, Kelif was entirely confused on this entire trip. So I walked on over. I was texting people on my phone. I was just like, yeah, I'm here. I was responding to other messages that happened while I was socializing at the airport and in the car. I was letting my husband and my boyfriend know that I got there completely safe. I started a habit that I kept up the entirety of the con, where every single time I would leave the Sheraton, and then there's like a stoplight like right here. Every time I got to the stoplight, I would leave my boyfriend a voice message. It would be like a, hey boyfriend, I'm walking to the con right now. I'm about to do this thing. I did just this thing. I had this fun conversation. I hope you're having a great day. And like, I thought that was a very fun habit to keep up. Every time they go to a con, they always like include me in the experience, which is really cute. And I wanted to give that back. They include me by like sending me little messages, sending me pictures of stuff they see at the dealer's den that they made them think of me, which is always a cute thing to feel. So I'm gonna let them know that I was thinking of them. Where it's a strange experience at cons for me, where of course I'm objectively blessed because I'm around so many people that I know. I'm going on a vacation. I'm about to make out with one or more boys or other genders, and you know, I'm living a good life. But there's a small part of me that does miss the consistency and routine of doing things like VR chat, of being around my husband, of having long talks with my boyfriend. Like, there are still things that I miss, even if I am actually living a great life. Hi, boyfriend. That's very cute. That is me walking and doing that. You know, I'm supposed to be here. Hi, Raishi. Raishi, I know you had a good con, but I still feel the streamer needs of saying, oh my god, I hope you had a good con. If you finish it today, this isn't going to be a two-parter. We'll see. So Foodski, I legitimately do not trust myself to finish on time. Colon 3C. I'm going to sip my tea really quick. I'm going to keep up on that. So yeah. While I was doing my first of many voice messages, walking from the Sheraton over to the Con Hotel, leaving a voice message to my boyfriend, I thought, I'm such an independent adult. This is an easy task. I walk on over here and I see like a line of people and I'm like, swag. They look like they know what they're doing. And then I see, oh, okay, there's like a security checkpoint here and it looks like they're checking for badges. Well, I don't have that. I guess I'm gonna keep walking. So I went around here and I didn't see like any signs for Reg or like anybody to talk to. And I saw like a couple of like people standing right here in a line. And I walked on up to them looking cute as a daisy. And I'm like, hello, experienced con goers. I see that you have badges. Can you please guide a poor lost little queer in the right direction? And they're like, yeah, just keep walking. And I said, thank you very much. And then I kept going. Like, it just turns out that I had the wrong angle of attack, which added to my confusion. And I also just didn't know some objective facts about the con center itself. So not related to the con, but related to the convention center. It always has security, meaning you have to have a badge to even get in the building. This is different from the majority, or I should say, every other furry con I've ever been to, where getting into the building is not a problem. Getting into certain things like Dealer's Den or Artist Alley or panels or dances or anything like that, then it requires a badge. And there's like certain spots where they check inside the building. It was the opposite here. Like you had to get the access first, and then you could do whatever the frick you wanted. which like I don't really mind. And even as somebody who always had a backpack with them, and they had to like check it, that didn't mind me because it was like a half a second because I don't have any contraband or anything like that. So overall, like I did not mind it. I was just unaware. I was an ignorant, sad, lost little queer. Side note. This is a thing I imagine most aside female at birth individual people have experienced, but here I am certainly not that and getting into wearing skirts a whole bunch. So chat, you might look at this skirt and think it's really fucking cute. It's by Paula's Pixels. And you're objectively correct because yes, I look very good in it. It is actually my first skirt that does not have pockets. So I've gone through the sad confusion many times on Friday of checking my phone, sending a message, doing anything involving this incredibly common device, looking down, holding it, and saying, I don't know what the fuck to do with you. My regular skirt that I wear, which I don't know if it's in this photo that I have over here. I was wearing it here, but it's not in the photo. That particular one, my red and black one that I've shown lots of pictures of on stream, that one has pockets, and they're deep. They can hold like 3/4 of a Nintendo Switch. So yeah, I felt not only like a sad, alone, lost little queer who couldn't find Reg, I also was pocketless. So this is probably the objective lowest point that I had at the con. Hope you two are well. Yeah. Being entirely alone in a new place feels so weird, very naked. Way more so than if you have a friend you're both lost. Very true. I was very cute. Thank you. That was your first con, nearly had a panic attack. Yeah, like at this point in my social career, I guess I phrase it like that, where I know so many people, it's like, whatever, I can find somebody soon. But if you had a 2017 Kellev at their first MFF have to do everything alone, he would probably have a panic attack because me and my husband just held each other's hands the entire time because we didn't know what we were doing. Oh, true, a phone lanyard. That would have been a good idea too. One of the negatives of packing incredibly light is that I did not bring my really cute Delfonte journal bag. I almost called it a pen bag, which is why I paused. And like I wore that all the time at AC, and it was really cute. It was really fun. It could also hold my phone. So if I did a light trip again, I would prioritize bringing that. Oh, I love Witch Vamp's pockets and everything else. Welcome to the world of awkwardly reaching to your bag every time you use a phone. Yeah, I now know how it feels. Puck and in the same moment you wear the gym shorts Friday. Yeah. Hi, Ani. Yeah, true. Yeah, literally pocketless Kangi. Name it of their more tragic combo. So fucking true. Ani, I'm gonna do the same thing that I did with Raishi with you. Oh my god, whoa. Hi, Ani. I hope you had a good con. You gotta invest in a dragon-inspired handbag. Okay, so, you know, I don't have the dragon redeem up, but there are still some dragons that I desperately want to show you. Okay, cool. This is called Caliph has not streamed in 2 weeks and wishes to be distracted at every possible fucking opportunity. So this is by Tazzle, by the way. I love Tazzle's art. Okay. I do wish to just be held by dragons literally this close, and I want my legs to straddle on either side of them. This is the dream. I'm trying to get to the dream. If you want to help me accomplish the dream, my Telegram is just Kelef, and I'm easy to find. Yeah, don't let your legs touch the ground. And definitely let your leg go, or sorry, your tail go a little bit over their paws. That's cute. Also, the way that they, like, look up at them is so pretty. Sorry, I'm on B-Scar. I didn't actually download this. I have those thigh bags all the suitor has. Actually, yeah, my fursuit that I never wear and I only put friends into, that actually does have, like, the internal pocket, heavy quote, because that's where the polyfill goes. But a phone could also go there. So true. That's how you need to be held, by a larger, more powerful man who could squeeze you and destroy you, who might do that in their free time, but mostly will just hold you gently. Hi, hurry. Let's see, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, I was talking about the con center confused me. It turns out, like, all I had to do was walk to the other side. I didn't know the building had 2 entrances. I thought that was illegal. I thought there was only 1 entrance to buildings that everybody goes to, but it turns out Californians have 2, and I didn't know this. But yeah, it was fine. You wreck a thigh bag at most cons? Yeah, I definitely need to have a small friend bag and not big backpack bag friend. Remember Kellev October 21st, throw a shirt person day? We're getting there. Smile. So I got to the Reg line, and because it was 1-ish p.m. on a Friday, there was no line, which is very nice. So that meant I got to the front very easily. And then there was this individual, a green circle at the front. And I thought they were just making conversation. I did not know there was truth in it when they said, huh, Caliph. I feel like I recognize that name. And I'm like, oh yeah? Like if you're in, VR chat or Twitch, like I could understand that. And they're like, no, it was something else. And they continue to help me with my badge process. And as they're printing it out and give it to me, they're like, oh yeah, didn't you tweet? And then they remember this one tweet from like 4 fucking years ago, which is not even like a big popular one. It was just a silly, stupid thing I did. Didn't you do the kangaroo worm? Look at this old tweet by Caliph. Want to learn how to draw kangi? Don't worry, it's easy. Just start with a kangi worm, add arms and legs, clean up, and you're done. So you just start with your worm, just a perfect little shape. You add some arms and legs, you color, and it's finished. And they just somehow remembered this stupid tweet that I made a long time ago. And then we just started talking. Like, I couldn't believe anybody remembered that out of any of the stupid things that I've said on the internet in front of a crew of individuals. So it turned into a fun conversation. We shared telegrams and I ended up talking with them later that con as well. Draw the rest of the kangi. Caliph's phone lost in the pouch. Buy live Caliph high vod passkey. Gotta have both holes available in Cali. See, y'all are built different over there. Hear me recap, you're all ears on me. Thank you. Have fun, Pasky. So you went to AC, you have your blue bag with a ripped straps to be worn like a backpack. Whatever your entire luggage, but Air Canada, yeah. You can all your merch and everything, and it was a very nice blue bag. I emptied all of I have like a traditional backpack that I brought to this con that my job actually gave to me when I got it. So I had like a laptop slot in it that had a little strap over it, which is part of the reason I like traveling with it. But I just emptied like everything out of it aside from like my badges and my wallet. So it was very light, but it was kind of large. Would you love chat if we were a worm? I'll think about it, Gally. Who up kangarooing the worm? I hope all of chat is kangarooing the worm right now. You have to look for now. They're going to watch the VOD. Okay. Turns out you still have time. Okay, hi live Pasky. Bye VOD Pasky. So I found some walkthroughs of the con on YouTube and I took some photos of it. So after I got Reg, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm in the main hallway, the main thoroughfare of the con. What do? I can text people that I'm here, but I objectively don't know where anything is. If somebody tells me they're by the game room or by dealer's den, I literally won't know what that means and have no idea how to find them. And as I was thinking of how do I solve this social puzzle? Do I do a tour first before I tell people I'm here? How do I tell anybody where I am right now, aside from I just walked away from Reg and therefore have no landmarks left? And while I was going through this kind of like mental circle, I'm like, oh, okay, there's people that I know. There's Embellis, there's Bug. Oh, there's even new people that I've never met IRL before. Okay, easy. So I was gifted by serendipity and luck, probably the easiest con beginning that anybody could hope for, immediately finding a gaggle of people that you know and were looking forward to hanging out with and socializing. And it turned out even better than that. Well, it started with like a really small group of individuals all hanging out. Oh, Pasky was like right around there and I got to hug Pasky and then sit my butt on the floor. Chat, side benefit of wearing a skirt is that your bare ass is basically right under there. It's covered in tights, and technically undies, but like it's very much bare. So sitting my bare ass down on the cold ass floor while I just talked with Pasky and wrote in their journal, that was a highlight of the con because it was very hot outside in this almost 1:30 p.m. afternoon heat. So cool ass, very nice, warm friend, very hold. You all hunted me down. It's true. So like it started with probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 people and then eventually ballooned to like 20 fucking people. All here, and of course, as furries do, basically all blocking the doorway of, I think it was the game room. And I couldn't even describe to you all the people that were in this swarm. And they were all people that I wanted to talk to. Like Garflin was there, who I wanted to get to know better. And anybody who has seen Garflin around knows that they are peak puppy energy, as in always barking, always wagging, always jumping around until they run out of energy and then they crash. And I was like trying to mimic Garflin's energy as the swarm of people all happen around. I saw Pronzo, I saw Reishi. It was the one and only time I saw Scintilla. And I was like jumping up and down. I'm like, oh my god, hi everybody, so nice to see you. I can't wait to hug everybody and spend the rest of the con with everybody here. And I was talking like an auctioneer because I had just been traveling for like 6 fucking hours. And then I was stuck at the airport and I had to get an Uber. And then I was like, well, I had to walk a half mile over, and then I was lost like a sad little queer. So I'm just like, I was so ready to be surrounded by love. Yeah, we VRC. Yeah, it was literally Caliph's here, and everybody started to walk to me. I'm very blessed. It's true. A lot of people seem to like bare ass. It's true. I've seen art about this. Caliph created a fire hazard. True. You never got to see Suitilla? I never did see Suitilla. Hi, Red. You're gonna be busy. You can't stay. Hope your stream goes well. Thank you. I hope your AFC recap was also awesome. Doorway Con Real. True. And I think I saw Seamus there. Yeah, because that's where I got the kisses. I forget which of the Koyos gave me the tea, but I have them right here. My little bag. I had some at the con. I had the dessert teas, which I think was like a peach. And then I still have all the loose leaf, which I have not brewed since. I've been very out of it in the past week, so I have been sipping mostly coffee in the morning to get me up and have enough energy to do work. But soon, I want to transition back to mostly tea, and therefore a lot of the loose leaf there. But yeah, there were so many people around. It was beautiful. I was like a puppy wagging my tail the whole time. And Loop was like, oh, hey, do you want to join me and the Koyos to like go to the dealer's den? And I'm like, this sounds great. We have been doing Doorway Con, and I think actually like doing a task, that sounds lovely. So I was like, yeah, let's go. And as we started to go through the dealer's den, I don't know how many people here relate to this, where your body feels off and your brain has no idea why. So I was just like, huh. I'm feeling weird. And I kept this all internally as we were just walking around looking at art. And I'm like, yeah, I feel, what is it? Am I tired? Am I like in need of like something? What am I missing? And then I looked over in the corner of the room and there was a food stand. And I'm like, oh, Caliph, you silly rat bastard. We woke up at 6 in the morning, had a bagel sandwich at 7:15 a.m. and then 2 airport snacks, and it's been 6 hours since then. Your body needs substance. It needs either food or water or both desperately. So I was telling Loop, and I'm like, you mentioned dinner plans. What time is that? And they were like, I don't know. We haven't got anything official. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to the corner. I need to eat and drink literally right now. So I did. And I don't know if chat relates to this, but do you ever have food that is legitimately like mid, like not very exciting and just kind of there and probably overpriced, but you're so gosh darn hungry that it tastes like incredibly beautiful and every flavor is popping no matter what it is? I got a burrito bowl in the corner that was fine. It was like steak and rice and avocado and I think some pico de gallo or something else in there. But it was like the best thing ever. Yeah, hunger is the best sauce. I felt that. I also got an entire bottle of water and I destroyed both of them so quickly. And my body was like, I felt like Mario getting a mushroom and growing 2 sizes larger and thicker and fuller because that's exactly what I needed. At least it was less than a day. I'm used to doing routine check-ins with myself, but at cons, I'm much worse at it. So I am happy that I resolved it quickly. You're saying you can't survive on friendship alone? Bodies are sadly weak, yes. Ugh. You need to brew your loose leaf. It's already starting to get a bit. Oh, no! Oh, the best spice, as Spike Siegel says. There's no way this food will taste this good when I'm not hungry. True. So I did not stick to the deal. So I mentioned earlier a mysterious individual called AFC Guy or AFC Bro if you're Crouton. And the whole impetus here is like they were legitimately the reason that I went to this convention. And one of the flirtatious things that we said back and forth with each other leading up to the con is, Caliph, when I see you at the con, you can't say hi to me. You have to kiss me first. And I'm like, that's a fun flirtatious thing. Like, you have to make eye contact, then you have to, and then you get to say hi. Like, that's a fun little mini contract to have set for the person you're going to go flirt with IRL. So I saw this guy in the dealer's den, and my brain, having just been filled with food and a lot of water and a bunch of renewed energy, was like, oh my god, hi, it's nice to... And I'm like, fuck! I ruined it! I lost the contract because I was dying because of a lack of food and water and I guess a little bit of focus. So I done goofed. I failed the sexy contract. So gotta try again next year. AFC 2026. Maybe I can make it up to them. Oh, the quiz usually have a snack cache, just ask. I carried some extra snacks with me at Anthrocon, and I feel like I legitimately saved a few people's afternoons. Mouth too full of food, not enough kisses. Failure! Yeah, fuck. Oh, not AFC again? Yeah, you're right. I'm cut off from AFC. I already borked it. I already boiled it. I already woofed it. Kengi failed the Orpheus test. I'm unfamiliar with Orpheus test. I've never had a liquid IV. I've heard people sing the praises of them. It's good to fuck. Not on a Friday after a burrito bowl. Maybe later. Anyway. I'm gonna sip my tea. I'm gonna be good. Let's see. So yeah, I did not stick to the deal. So I saw AFCG and I'm like, oh my god, nice to... And then I'm like, fuck. And I'm like, okay. And then we had like a small little kissy, not like a huge makeup, just a few little like that. And then we pull away and it's like, oh, hi, nice to see you. Okay, it's like, oh, sweat emoji trying to recover, failing the sexy contract. Then we talked for a sec. I gave them like the little, like, oh, you want to follow? You want to hang out with me and my friend Lupin going through the dealer's den? And they're like, oh, well, I can't right now. I'm busy. But that kind of like planted the seed. That was my first meeting with AFCG. So Orpheus had to walk out of Hades with his love and not look back to make sure she was... Oh, true! I do remember that now. I forgot that story in the name. Liquid IV literally makes me feel like my soul returns to my body. Next time, tell AFCG to wear a shirt that says, when you see me, don't say anything and kiss me. So chat, I've changed my Telegram name since the con, but at the con, my Telegram name was Caliph. And then it just said that, Caliph, kiss me on sight. That was my Telegram name. My humanity is restored, my crops are watered, my skin is moisturized, my body is pet by many friends. Humanity, water, skin restored. Anyway. So, I bought one thing. I had to get the cowboy-themed coyote shirt. Outside, I'm hooting. Inside, I'm hollering. I walked by this, and I thought, I literally did not get this at Anthrocon, and I have felt like a purchase regret burning deep within me that I don't own a cowboy furry piece of media now that I've commissioned not one but two pieces of cowboy art, both from Goliath, incredible fur affinity artist. I also got a sticker. I have a little one right there, which is very cute. I immediately took this photo after the dealer's den. I did a little tour of the entire con center, which I think nobody can legitimately call AFC a small con because their first year was what, like 3-ish K, which is fucking crazy. Then this year was like 5.5K, which is also a huge increase and not a small con, quote unquote. But to me, it has like small con vibes. Like, to me, the con itself, like the center, reminded me of going to A&E in 2020, which is like a pretty small hotel, parentheses positive, like really easy to see everything. And even if there's a lot of people, they're usually like oot and a boot, like at their hotels or like at events and stuff. There's only one time during the con that I'll get to that it felt really busy to me and did not feel like a small con. But I really like small con vibes. Annex, aka Anthro Expo in Norman, Oklahoma, that's a small con, legitimately. Like, it had, what, 1,200 people this year? And I'm super looking forward to going back to that in 2026 because it is teeny tiny con energy. That's why Seamus kissed you? Thank you. Caboyote. It was literally that Telegram name. Have a good look, Reishi. Small. There were so many people. Pasky, I'm completely disillusioned with con sizes because I went to Anthrocon, which had, what, like 16,000 people? So 1,100 more, 11,000 more than this con did. Kieran, I mentioned to chat earlier when I saw Deckies, your fucking VRC group name. So crazy thing, small con is set my first ACs in like early mid 2010s at 5K. Yeah. Furry's a more mainstream thing. It is, and I love it. Also, chat, there's going to be an ad starting in like 17 seconds. I've been talking very quickly because I'm not used to streaming because it's been 2 weeks of being either busy or sick. So I'm going to force myself to sip water during this and then sip my tea. Furries need to be need to stop being fun to be around. It's so good. Ooh, so on that topic, I'll tell a completely not con related story because I want to tell it related exactly on that. You're glad it was your first con. You felt very so much overwhelmed if you weren't near friends. Yeah, like we've ad might start while I talk about this. We've been incredibly blessed. When I say we, I mean like all the people in this community, in the VR chat community, in the Bug Husbands community, like anybody like part of that larger circle. We are all blessed for many reasons for having such beautiful friends, but especially the con circle. Like at AC this year, it was a lot of people's first con. And to be able to do that with a huge group of people you already knew is a gigantic blessing. Because, like, doing cons where you know 0 to 3 people is way harder. And, like, you have to try to make so many new connections. You have to push yourself out of your comfort circle so much more. So to have, like, individuals who are a home to return to and a hearth to feel warm near is so beautiful. Are you ready to beta test for me? I'm actually feeling so much better. I'd be happy to. During my sickness mind fog and mind mega bonk, I've not done any Unity chores, so I still have pupper stuff I want to do. I want to add like the buckwheat, and I want to fix the hat texture. I want to fix my emissions. I want to make it a VTuber. I want to update my Moonfang to have the fucking sexy jewelry that you made. We tested betas in here? Yes. Oh, I didn't know that, Felix. So you're working on that. Have an accessory pack almost done for the tall pupper. You're immensely thankful for you all. I can say for a lot of people here, Faye, we think you're pretty cool. Would not recommend 0 to 3 friend cons. Yeah, legit, Kieran. If I was not, I mean, they're my husband now, but they were my boyfriend at the time. If I did not have my Scuffles the Rat boyfriend in 2017 and 18, I don't know how the fuck I would have survived my first couple cons. Always busy. That's true. Yeah, the Rust Whisker AV, the avatar is really good. Okay, so I said before the ad I would talk about this with Bristle. So I really like to try and help like people either find community or new friends. It's something that I take a lot of joy in. And chat, I don't know if you relate at all, but when I'm sick and I don't know what the fuck to do and I'm incredibly bored of playing video games for hours on end, I usually just horny text people in ERP to try and pass the time. So I did this on this past Wednesday where I was like mega sniffly and super gross, but I'm like, the text that I am texting in a very sexy tilde way can completely mask the horribleness that I feel in my meat body. And I was flirting with this guy who I had not talked to in probably months. And it didn't even end up being too flirty. It started that way. But then we just had like regular chit chats. And they said the phrase, "Oh, yeah, I bought a VR headset like 7 years ago and I've barely used it." And I'm like, "Oh, uh huh." So I'm like, legitimately, I'm a great person to know if you want to start playing. Like, I offered to them, I was like, "Hey, if you just want to on Friday, do like an hour hangout, just the two of us. And if you have fun, I can invite you to a larger group. I am holding up my paw, ready for you to accept." So that was my Friday actually in VR. I had a one-on-one hangout with this guy who I'd only really horny flirted with before. And we had like an hour-long, really nice talk about like college, about their pets, about their hobbies, about life in general. I told them stories about this con that I'm going through with y'all right now. And then I'm like, "Do you just want to join? Do you want to come with me?" And they also made the mistake of saying, "Oh, well, I'll leave it up to you, Kellef." And I'm like, "Okay, I know what that means. We're going." And then for the next like 3-ish hours that they were there, I told them beforehand. I was like, "You can feel free to stay around me the entire time, and literally anybody who comes up to our circle, I will give you a gentle introduction to help you fit in." Because I think it really fucking sucks trying to go to a new group where you know literally only one person, they bring you and then they leave. So for like those 3.5 hours, anytime a new person would come up, I'd be like, "This is my friend." Like, "Oh, hi, it's their first time here." Or, "Oh, I know they like this and you like that. Here's a conversational seed." And being able to do that for anybody is really fun. So doing it for one new person, I like doing that. All right. "You're so happy to have seen Faye." True. Cute slipped out. That's okay. Out of pure audacity, you want your next con to be AC? Ooh, ooh. I mean, Pasky, AC's very fucking fun. There's a lot of people, of course, but there's so many friends that you know. Super cute shirt. Thank you. I love it. Ooh, TFF is another. TFF is cozy, yeah. Caliph is a great emotional support, Rue. I try. Moonfang? Gosh, Moonfang's so sexy. AFCI needs a name change now. Yeah, AC, AFC, ACFI. Oh my god. Do you be in the board game room? Most the con, most likely. Every time I saw Felix, they were also in board game mood. Where was I talking about? Oh, so shout out to Boba Yubi. So after I took this photo, I just like wandered around the con. I like understood where things were. I went to the upstairs. I went in the game room. I just like learned all the nook and crannies. So if people told me they were a certain spot, I'd have a vague idea of where to go to find them. And when I did my entire circle of the con, I walked back into the dealer's den and I saw two people. I saw Boba Yubi and I saw Pronzo. Technically, Russ was there for a second, but they walked away. So it was just the three of us. And I was really excited to see Pronzo. And I told Pronzo this in the past. I'm like, while we technically spent a lot of time around each other at AC, I don't feel like I spent a lot of time with you because AC was very busy. All the room parties or dinners we were at were like very loud and gregarious, and we didn't get to talk too much. And I wanted more time. So Boba Yubi was like, on their own volition, "Hey, do you guys want to come to my room to day drink?" And I feel like the answer is always yes at a con. So it was like me, Boba Yubi, and Pronzo walking on over to the Azure where their room was, which is like right next to the con. And then we just started day drinking. Boba Yubi was like, "Okay, Kelef, I have this alcohol I really want you to try. I brought it from Portland. It's a coffee rum." I have a picture of it right here. Yeah, here it is. The Hue Hue coffee rum. I'm a big fan of coffee and like any type of sweet, or really just any type of anything. Any coffee flavoring is wonderful. My husband has had like an espresso martini in the past. Fucking delicious. I love having coffee either black or with sugar or with ice cream. So the concept of a coffee rum was already alluring to me, just in name. But I have to say, this was so good. I love the Hue Hue coffee rum. Yeah. So this was the three of us just with the hotel plastic glasses, just like sipping, just back and forth, all with like less than a shot of like coffee rum, just slowly sipping around the circle while we talked about life and con and feelings and different things. And as Pasky says, you love boba. Boba has so many good stories. So I feel like Boba is blessed in the sense that their non-furry friends are actually really fucking cool. Like every time I hear a story about them, they're really interesting. They shared a video with me in the past that they had edited themselves of them all learning Valorant together, and it seemed like classic wacky YouTube stuff with their great friends. They told me of oh yeah, Kelif, me and my non-furry friends, we had a Beyblade tournament together just for fun. We all got Beyblades, we all like spun them with the launchers in little battle arenas and decided who would win. That sounds like a great Friday night with friends. Then they told me, yeah, Kelif, after we did the Beyblade tournament, we decided to do an illegal Beyblade tournament just to see how it would go. And by illegal, they meant anything that would not be tournament legal for actual Beyblades. This means any fucked up shit that you could possibly do to a Beyblade, their friends probably thought about. They had one of their friends who did something with metalworking, so they actually printed, I don't know if that's the right word, cut. They made like a metal blade for the Beyblade. They're normally hard plastic. And that would just completely destroy their friends' Beyblades. Another one of their friends modified the launcher for the Beyblades to be able to be shot with a Dremel. In other words, at incredibly high speeds. Boba said, yeah, when they were using that launcher, I hid behind the counter for my own safety. So illegal Beyblade tournaments, regular Beyblade tournaments, very fun. They seem to have very cool, wacky friends where a friend of theirs just walked on up to them and was like, yeah, Boba, I really want to get into betting on horses. And they're like, word? Okay, fuck, let's do it. I can learn all about the Kentucky Derby right now so we can bet on horses together. And this was before that horse anime girl thing came out. What is it, Usumasame or something? So when that actually came out, both of them were like, holy fuck, like it's our horses, but they're cute anime chicks now. So we talked about that. Pranzo was very sweet. Pranzo was like, Kelif, you have like a comforting aura about you. I felt like a little bit anxious going into this con, but just hanging out in the room and talking, it feels like nice. Maybe that was just the alcohol. But it was a very sweet thing that PZ said, and I appreciate them. Boba also is just into foraging. Is this like a thing, hashtag, that individuals are into? I've literally never heard anybody talk about foraging for mushrooms for fun. Until Boba said, yeah, I feel like this upcoming weekend after the con, I want to go foraging in the forest looking for the good shrooms. I don't know. I don't know if that's normal or if that's just Boba being cool and interesting. All right, I missed a bunch of chat while I was talking. You have a sixth sense for seeing Pranzo. I wish that was me. After the first day, I never saw Pranzo again. Hi, Foodski. Welcome back. Boba's so cool. I know. Poppin'! Oh, that's right. I forgot. Alerts are off. Fuck. Poppin', how was Mega Bonk? Did you beat my score? I know you really have been trying to beat my score. Chat, if you don't know Mega Bonk, it's a fun game. If you don't know that dog, they're a very good dog. I'm currently going through my AFC. It's called Another FurryCon Recap. I've been either gone or sick for like 2 weeks. So just know at the con, I was very cute, very approachable, and hi, I'm still obsessed with this art piece that I'm getting. We were talking about how good my Coyote shirt is right here, and how cool Boba Yubi is, and how we were sipping alcohol, me, Boba Yuba, and Pranzo. You saw him like twice. This sounds awesome. They live a very cool life. You want to be there for all the Beyblade tournaments? Illegal Beyblades? It's okay. I won't show pictures of them. I'll just talk about them. The kingiest sunflowers and smiles. Thank you. Uma Musume. Thank you. There's no great spots right here. You like learning about it. You beat the tier 3 boss. Let's go. Did you do that with Among, your favorite one? I actually have not won with Calcium yet, Grand Guy. I've won with a lot of people. I've won with the Fox, with the Dice Head, with Tony McZoom. There's like 4 other people I've won with. There wasn't a raid message. Hi, Cosmic. Cosmic, you're so good at destroying and breaking games. Oh, you did with Ninja? Nice. Oh, with Mega Chad? I had an amazing run with Mega Chad where I got to 33,000 kills, and then I died during the final boss because I was playing on my Steam Deck, and it was my first run on the Steam Deck, and I'm like, I'm so nervous, and these controls are not as good as PC, and I don't know how to do the Quake Arena jump, or sorry, what is it, just the bee hopping? Whatever the fuck it's called, strafe jumping, where you build up the speed. I don't know how to do that on a Steam Deck controller. I don't know how to do it with a mouse, so I beefed it and died, where I could have grinded and got way more kills after. You won that round when you shouldn't have. That's a good feeling when that happens. Tanky defenses. Oh, 4 Thorn Shields, let's go. Oh, Clank is good, yeah. The Slutty Rockets are very good. I still need to use that more to get the Mine upgrade. Oh, the 12 Bloody Tomes. I've still not done that. I'm gonna sip my tea. But yeah, Boba Yubi's cool. Pronzo's beautiful. I adore both of them. I'm usually not a good food planner at cons. I'm usually like, I'll just say yes to whatever. Oh, you guys want to do that? I'll come along too. I usually don't make any plans. I don't like set up my own thing. And if I did like give any criticisms to my like con going, I think I should make more plans. I should be more of like a driving force. I should be like, 3 of us, we're gonna get dinner at this time and this spot, let's do it. And I think that would improve a lot of the meal qualities that I have at cons by being more of a driving force. But because I had hung out with Lupin earlier in the day, I'm like, oh yeah, Lupin wants to get food with Pronzo. I'm literally hanging out with Pronzo. People have plans they want to do at 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. and it's 5 p.m. right now. We should have set plans, even if we're not going. So I texted Lupin like, oh, what do you want to do? I asked Pronzo, oh, what do you want to do? There were no firm answers. So I'm like, you all get into this room and we're going to figure it out. So Lupin and Bug, they came on over to the room with me and Pronzo and Boba. And Pronzo, being a gracious host, poured alcohol for everybody and we sipped for a little bit. And I thought, oh no, we're just going to drink and then not make any dinner plans. And then we're going to miss all of our plans later because we're having too much fun drinking. So what I did is Pronzo poured me a little bit more alcohol like this. And then I immediately slammed it and said, cool, we should go. So that was me trying to be like a good food bully person to make sure that we all got dinner plans on time. So I'm glad that we did. We walked on over to, it was an Indian place called Bombay Sapphire, which like, it wasn't a huge distance. It was just from the Azure over to the Sheraton because it was like right here basically. And you know, it's a good Indian restaurant when you walk on in and the menu is like 100 freaking items and you only recognize 10 of them. So yes, it was great. I got the mushroom paneer burji, and literally it was the best thing that I've had in a long time. When I was telling some con stories to my boyfriend on the Saturday, he was like, what does that mean? And we went and we watched a food preparation video about mushroom paneer burji. Oh my god, Harbus, hi! I'm waiting for it. Oh, I keep forgetting. We turned alerts off because I'm just yapping. Thanks for joining. There's so many raiders. I'm going to count every one of you. 1, 2, 3. No, it's fine. How was Final Fantasy Tactics Evilus Chronicles? I was lurking in there earlier while I was making my dinner after I subbed. Hi. It was a lot of fun. Hope you're all doing great. I am at 35.5 hours of Mega Bonk because that's pretty much all I did while I was sick for the past week. So that's really the reason that I have such a high score and I've done so well, is I'm like, I don't know what to do to pass the sick time, so I might as well just play a bunch of this video game that all my friends are into. But to keep the raiders, to give you like a little tease of what we talk about great art that I'm commissioning from Octomano and how hot it is that I'm making out with Felix and my Moonfang. We talk about how cute I look at conventions wearing my dragon skirt and my dragon shirt, and my dragon badge, and my beautiful face that looks and stares at gorgeous dragons. Hi, Zima. I didn't even show this. The con hotel room card was so cute. The theme was Stone Age, less prehistoric, which you can see right here. This is cute, very fun, but this site is so adorable. It's them going through the evolution change from silly dog to gruff dog to rock dog to shirt dog to tie dog. Ooh, they're very cute. I love them. Caliph is quality kisses. Thank you. I didn't, make out an alleyway at the con as this foreshadowed that I would, but otherwise it was a really good con. Yeah, Alex is that same dragon skirt that we were talking about. I miss him, chat. I'm scrolling up. Yeah, straight jumping is so good. Like, if you flick the camera, you can technically do it on a controller, but it's hard to, like, do all the other mechanics that you need to do. You have all your dinner plans set ahead of time with plenty of time for changes or alternatives. So I've done that before, Corasia, but with the larger plans, I also have become kind of a hater of big meals at cons. I think I kind of want to cap them anywhere from like 5 to 7. I think that's great. Setsu, hi. Maybe a leaf in the wind at cons. Hi, Funchu. You'll plan one and only one thing, and the chances of sticking to it more than that are so low for you. Sir Gaz, Tomacher again, hi. Kieran again, hi. It is a fun game. Shifu Shugaka, hi. Soon. Yeah, Felix, I'm planning on reaching out to the artist soon because they told me they would work on it after Euroferns, and it's been a little bit since then. Just as like a check-in, just like a, hey, how's it going? Hi, Proto. Proto, you did a little bit of AFC too, didn't you? Do you have fun? The definition of being punched and cunched. That's in an alley. That was a weird angle, like on a cot. Ooh, on a cot? Oh, so like this. Yeah, like that. Hi, Moro. Yeah, Moro, I'm commissioning this. Oh, you went just for Saturday. Okay. I was around people where they're like, I heard Proto was here, but I haven't found them. Okay, cool. I caught up in chat. So yeah, I had not heard of mushroom paneer burji, and when I saw it in the menu, I'm like, I like all these ingredients. I like mushrooms. I love paneer. I like eggs. I'll get it. And this dish that I got, this was my meal. It came with so much rice. It was the smash hit of the table. Boba Yubi, shout out to them for always being funny and interesting to talk to. They took one bite of it. They closed their eyes. They chewed once. They chewed twice. They opened their eyes. They looked at me and they said, Caliph, that shit comes. This is a phrase that I was unfamiliar with. And everybody at the table is like, oh yeah, Boba, is this the new hot verbiage? Should we be saying this shit comes? And they're like, oh, it's like a meme from like a music producer. And they went through their phone and they found it. I forget which producer it is, but it was like this guy in like Unabomber getup. So like big black glasses, huge hoodie with a sign that says, this shit comes. And you know what? Yes, the mushroom paneer burji was good enough for that. You approve heartily? Moro, are you a tongue fan? Are you a kissing fan? Because I absolutely am. Quick side note for the 2 raids that happened, and also Moro. The reason that I went to this con, to AFC at all, is I was flirting with a guy who I'm just calling on stream AFCG for AFC Guy. I went there to make out with him aggressively. Moro totally is good. You need more Boba in your life? Boba's very funny. I like Boba a lot. Boba told me years ago that they found me because I did my Outer Wilds playthrough and they got linked it and they're like, I like this funny kangaroo. So that's the only reason that I ended up knowing Boba in the first place. Oh yeah, so when I was just like at the dinner at the Indian place with like Pronzo and Lupin and Bug and Boba, I was just talking, I was responding to my friends, and then I hear right behind me, Caliph? And I'm like, oh, it's happened. On my first day at the con, I get recognized just from my voice. So I turn around, And it's my friend T Jabs and their partner Jade and like a gaggle of their friends. And like I had not been paying attention to the table that was directly behind us. I had just like overheard some topics and I'm like, oh, okay, they're definitely a queer and furry group, but I did not bother turning around. So it happens now at every con that I go to, being recognized for my voice, which is very cute and very fun. I cannot describe what makes my voice recognizable. I don't know if chat has like any opinions on that. But I talked about this at the con with a number of people, and they're like, I don't know, Kel, if like your voice carries, your voice has like a certain cadence to it. I guess, I mean, I know my voice carries because I'm very loud in any house or room that I'm a part of, so maybe volume's a big bit of it. Imagine making extensive travel plans to kiss one person. I thought I was very hot for doing exactly that. Gosh, you want to smooch a guy? Oh, you basically went to AFC to smooch a guy too? You did, Pasky? A friend said he was going to AFC. You're understanding like, cool, it's my first con now. He didn't even end up going? Oh my god. That shit comes is how I described the potato. Oh, potato soup. It's distinctive. There's a suaveness in the voice. Like, I want to be swimming in it. Whoa. Oh, man, I got so lucky. So I was staying at the Sheraton, which was right next to this Indian restaurant, and it had a little fridge in it. And near the end of the meal, because we all ordered like 5 separate meals and then we shared them, very fun stuff. I love that about really any type of food. Like dim sum, super great for it. Tapas is great for it, but Indian food, chef kiss, also good for it. So at the end, I was like, okay, I definitely need a box. Nobody else wanted to take their food with them, and I'm like, I get everybody's food as delicious free leftovers for tomorrow. I am a blessed man. So I had like a gigantic to-go container with just a combination of all this delicious food plus rice, which I gorged in like my afternoon meal the next day. Oh, in his defense, he was going to travel from Singapore. So I'm glad that they inspired you to go, even if they could not make it. Aggressive makeup session at a con, let's go. I had 2 of those with different people. So the Bughouse group is going, you're like, cool, I'm not changing my plans. God, you wish that were me. I had a very blessed con, Pasky, aside from that one thing we talked about. I'm going to sip my tea. You need more con makeout sessions? Yeah, so Moro, I was very blessed. Like I had talked about the whole AFCG thing leading up to the con, and I had notifications on my phone while streaming one day, and a friend of mine DM'd me while streaming, and they were like, Kelif, can I be added to the list? Do you want to make out at the con? And I'm like, cool, I got 2. And, you know, both those were good. Great way to get to know somebody more. Cuddle on a bed, talk, make out, continue talking, make out, talk again. You know, it's a great few hours to fill. Karma. Hi, Karma. Karma, I hope you're doing great today. Ugh. I'm going to pour more tea. I want to make sure I'm good to my voice and I keep drinking my throat coat. Us is to conflicting plans. I know. You meet a lot of friends that way. Approve. I've only, I haven't kissed strangers that turned into friends, and I know there are parties that include those experiences. Gosh, I love filling things, including ours. Cuddles and smooches and talks with a Kel sounds fun. You know what? I've gotten great reviews from all those sessions. One of the 2 people who I had a long makeout session with at the con, sorry for sniffling. Do I have? Okay, I do have my tissues in here if I need them. They said, oh my God, Kelif, you're such a good kisser. Which is good for the confidence. The Phoenix Tower, the husband's gone. You've been not getting a lot of sleep. Oh my God. So Karma, when I was sick this weekend, I had not 1, but 2 days in a row where I got 4 hours or less sleep. It was rough. You'd always make out with the Kangi. Pasky, you should have DM'd me this at the con. So you're going to cons under the furry events and smooch boys instead of sitting on the reliable. Can you smooch? You know, I did. I did smooch Pasky for you. I'd love to kiss you for such a germaphobe. Bostonians are scary. You were nervous. You were really hot. I actually did get confirmation that I was hot both during and after the con, so thank you for that. I'm just a silly guy. I literally don't think much about aesthetics of people. I think about personalities of people. I think this is why like I kind of went through the sexuality journey that I did, where originally I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm gay. Guys are cool." Start going on dates with guys and I'm like, "I'm not feeling things. Maybe I'm demi. Maybe I have to know them first. Like, okay, be a friend and then I get to know you." And then I started doing salacious things with boys and I'm like, "Why am I not feeling all the things that media has told me I'm supposed to feel?" Okay, so maybe like I'm under the umbrella of ace question mark. And then I just settled on Aego, AEGO, for the last few years, and who knows how accurate that still is, but it's the most accurate that I think I have right now. Look how precious I look, thank you. I didn't have a full body of my second day outfit, but yeah, I was wearing my Hail the Sun shirt, my red and black skit. I was doing that. I still look cute in the second day. Still vibing with Aego. Gosh, I love gay. I love gay so much. Um, yeah, so there was like a gigantic, how do I even phrase it? So it was kind of like a warehouse looking room. And I talked to somebody who used to work cons. I'm gonna hiccup. And they're like, "Oh, did they have the pipe and drape set up?" And I'm like, "Oh, there were just black drapes go along like pipes, and that's how they separated the room." There was like a separation of rhythm games. There was a separation of like pachinko machines and gotcha games, and like different other video games, like the Smash tournament that Red entered was also in this giant room. They had pool tables. They had like this one Tetris game that was kind of on a swivel, like actual physical Tetris pieces that a bunch of fursuiters were trying to put together. And they would always fall over, and everyone would go, "Aw," because people are trying to do a gigantic bappy pause. People in fursuits playing rhythm games is always delightfully interesting and super cute to watch. But the reason that I went into the big meetup hall is that there was scheduled on the meetup page. It said, "Hey, there's going to be a VTuber slash like content creator slash Twitch meetup, like all that good stuff." And I super wanted to go. I super wanted to meet some people. So you would, so when you try and be horny, but your brain says "Lego my ego," that is so fucking hilarious, Rumble. Thank you. Oh, don't worry. That coyote, I immediately sent to Tama when I saw them. They were at a very interesting meet that I'll talk about later, but it was a great coyote. So the confidence just make out with two people at one con. You're terrified and impressed by me. Oh, so Whisper, you should have been here when I did my Anthrocon recap. Which, ooh, could I find in 5 seconds? Ooh, let's see if I can. AC 2025. Oh my god, I did. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so organized. Let's go. This might actually lag my computer to load. Okay, perfect. So here was my Anthrocon 2025 recap, which was a week-long trip, so it was very busy. But anyway, what I want to zoom in on, where was it? Yeah, I had a counter where every time I kissed a boy or they kissed me or a non-binary pal, either I or they would increment my counter. And every time I had a makeout session with somebody, which was 6 separate times at the con, we would have a gentleman agreement of how many kisses do you think that was? Like 70, like 40. And then we would increase it. So yes, 442 is my final estimate of my kisses and makeout session for Anthrocon. But like that con was a big push for me because Whisper, I don't know if you're similar. I could not imagine myself doing this like a year ago. I went to a con called Annex like early in the year, like January. And at it, I'm like, oh, I know people want to kiss me, but I don't know how to like, I don't know, interface with this in a public setting at a con. I feel weird about it. And leading up to Anthrocon, I'm like, fuck it. Why not push myself and go like as far out as I can and get all the way out of my comfort zone and embrace it and kiss and make out with whoever the fuck I want and just ask if people want it and just gently hold my counter and say, would you like to increment it with me? And it turned to be very fun. It was a good way to increase my own self-confidence. Yeah, oh yeah, you saw Kosa and Cody. I'm gonna close my Anthrocon one. There we go. Yeah, so I actually didn't get to talk with Cody. I got this photo in a group chat, but I did talk to Kusa in suit. Kusa and I, it's so funny. Like, we have kind of been living in our own lanes for the past couple years. What was it, like 2022? Them and I went to a furry trip called Ratricon. It was at somebody's house, and there was like 35 of us, a bunch of us in a backyard, like in a tent. It was a bunch of separate tents, and Kusa and Boba Yubi were my two tent mates, and we would like stay up late into the morning and just like talk about life and boys and everything. And you know, it was a great way for me to get to know Kusa all those years ago. And like we haven't really talked too much since then, just because we're living lives. So at this con, I actually got to talk and catch up with Kusa for a bit. Bye, Live Kangi. Hi, Vibe Caliph and Future Pesky. Have a good Pesky. Have a good time. Can I smooch next? Rumple, you deserve like a fireside cuddle, hot cocoa, and like a deep and gentle massage, and then kisses. Also, hi, Rumple. I know it was your birthday recently because I'm a creepazoid who lurks in Twitch channels and doesn't say anything. So I hope you had a great birthday, Rumple. If you made eye contact with 1% of that many people, that'd be your social anxiety quota for the week. You know, it's all small steps. There's going to be an ad starting soon, by the way. I know a number of people who went to Anthrocon Whisper where, like, just the fact that they went, even if they didn't socialize too much, was, like, a really big push for them. And whatever success looks like for you, then I think that's a good metric. Like, if it is, I'm going to make eye contact with 10 people today at the con, maybe talk to one of them. Like, that's still good. That's still forward movement for you. Kissing seems so intimate. Like, I had this discussion. The ad's gonna start pretty soon now. I did like a quote unquote kiss hookup with a local boy where I was like, hey, do you want to just come over to my house and cuddle and make out with me and then like leave after like 90 minutes to 2 hours? And they were like, yeah, sure. And then I did that. It was an interesting experiment, like trying to have kisses without the intimacy. What I preferred is to fly my boyfriend here and then deeply make out with him for hours. True, yes. But that's hard to do. You did, thank you. I'm glad. You know, you get hell sick from it. I was very lucky at Anthrocon where I kissed 442 people. Sorry, I had 442 kisses, but I did not get any sickness from the con. Waves of the floating triangles. Yeah. I'm gonna make sure to sip my tea during this ad. Be good to my lips and my throat. Yeah, Rumple, you're right. I only kissed I made out with 2 people at this con. I think I kissed 5? I think it was 5. But clearly not enough. I need to kiss like 20 or 30 and then it would have been okay. Being a chat creeper, it's more likely than you think. I love lurking. I barely talked in Twitch chats at all this week. RFG, hello. I hope you've been well. I can also sip water. I'm gonna be so good at my body. I'm gonna be so good to my mind. I'm gonna stop talking for like 10 seconds. Imagine lurking in Twitch chats. Hi, Fen. Ooh, stretch. Ah. Yeah, Seth's secret this year. Yeah, I at AC I did all, you know, that Seth has like touted in order to not get sick at cons, just make out and kiss a lot of people. I clearly didn't do enough at this con for sure. That's why I got my sniffles. Actually, I'm gonna mute my mic and then blow my nose really quick. Okay, unmuted. Okay, so the ad's over. I really enjoyed going to the Twitch meetup and like the slash content creator slash like VTuber because like it's all people that I know. It's all people from Twitch or from VR chat or like any individuals who I want to spend more time with are pretty much going to be here. So I walked around, I had good conversations, And we were like slightly late or whatever because we had dinner and stuff. But my favorite memory of this is, as a reminder, so this con was like Stone Age themed. So I saw a number of people walking around in like Fred Flintstone garb. I don't even know what you call that because like it's like a tube of fabric and like that's all the thing that you wear. So this one guy walked on up and he was like, "Hey, is this the Himbo meetup?" And he was wearing a Fred Flintstone piece of clothing. And he was like, "Okay, cool, awesome." And he grabs the bottom of his Fred Flintstone tarp or whatever you call it. He lifts it up over his entire body. He tosses it to the side. And under that, he was wearing booty shorts and a crop top that said Himbo Hooters. So he was so fucking ready to just be there for the Himbo meetup that was directly after the Twitch meetup. And I ended up seeing that guy on Sunday, and we just started a random conversation. And I was like, I have to tell you, you stripping from caveman to himbo is one of the highlights of my con experience. Oh, you've been sad today and yesterday. I don't really know why it didn't affect you that much. I'm glad it did not affect you that much, at least. Did you hear any bonk sound effects while I was there? I don't think so. Imagine lurking. Hi, Koi. Koi, I lurked in Pronzo's AFC recap, and I'm glad that y'all had a bunch of fun together. I mean, you showed me on your phone a bunch of very sexy pictures of your shirt, your suit. I mean, just your suit existing is very sexy, but I hope you had fun wearing it and walking around. Paleolithic, thank you, Axel. Hi, Axel. Axel, I hope you're well. So, chat, how would you react if you, the guy that Kelif came to see, the whole reason Kelif went to this con was to make out with a boy, AFCG, and at 9 p.m., Kelif texts you, "Hey, colon 3C." How do you think? How do you feel? Well, AFCG ended up texting me back, "Hey, Tilda." So I was hanging out with like a Lupin and a small group of people. And I was like, okay, I'm going to try and find this guy, see if they're around, see if they're available. And when I got the "Hey Tilda," and then I saw them like at the entrance to the big room that was the meetup and the games and everything, I waltzed on over. And from the people who I was hanging out with, their perspective, I disappeared with that guy. I ended up coming back like 10 minutes later because they were busy. But that's okay. That's just the first day. And also, I'm glad that I didn't disappear with the guy on the first night because I was so sleepy. I'm not used to having to deal with jet lag. I did like 6 hours of travel that day, and I was just so tired. I was having a central time zone in a West Coast environment, so by the time 10 p.m. came around, I'm like, I'm actually kind of eepy. So it's good that I did not disappear with that guy because I don't think I would have had the energy for a long makeout session or anything. So I kind of ended up going to bed around like, I think midnight that night, which I absolutely think was the right call. And I was not the only Eeper. Like Lupin and Bug were so tired. The Koyos were so tired. Everybody was big Eeper energy. Koi super good, true. Caveman to a Himbo is a shallow character arc, but still a satisfying one. Yeah, it was nice chatting at the airport. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody in chat knows Sneezer, but both Sneezer and Koi at the airport on Monday both found me in a corner, and we all just ended up talking for like, I don't know, like an hour before their flight happened, and then my flight happened soon after. You're gonna have to text Kelif more, "Hey." I mean, the thing you texted me on Sunday, I told to the people in the Discord call. Den's high-level kisser to kisser communication. Oh, you know what I'm saying? The 1 or 2 on Friday, more powerful than me. So that was my whole Friday. I guess it took me, well, I did 30-ish minutes of chatting before I actually got to the recaps. Yeah, it took me like 90 minutes to talk about that. I don't think Saturday or Sunday will take that long. I think I'll get through this recap on stream. I absolutely believe it. Anyway. Whoops, how did that happen? How did I get to Firefox? What Huh? What's happening? Oh, it minimized. How did it minimize? Oh my god, I went to the lid and I double clicked the title. Oh, that's so weird. That must be a quote unquote feature of like the PRF 2.0 that I've never interfaced with. Yeah, it cropped just for me. I was so confused. I hope they enjoy. So I didn't share the contest. Just the message. Chad, do you have friends who just casually send you porn for fun? And don't you wish you all had more friends like that? Asterisk, probably not everybody wants that, but it is fun to have friends like that. Oh, the pup. I'm not there yet. I do have that photo on this. So, Saturday, I woke up at 6:21 in the morning and I'm like, this is fucked. Like, I'm a central time zone boy in a West Coast time zone con. My body thinks it's 8:21 in the morning, which is when I would normally wake up at a con, but holy gosh, nobody is going to be awake for literal hours. And I just have to pass the time on my phone. And during this time, I did journal a little bit about my previous day, that's true. But honestly, I tried to adopt a different mindset. I tried to think to myself, well, this is not me wasting time at a con. This is me just being on vacation, because it's both. It's I'm at a con and I want to hang out with friends and I want to make out with boys and I want to make out with non-binary pals and I'm going to hiccup and I want to just have a good time. And if that good time is lackadaisically sitting in my bed with my pillows holding close because I didn't pack any stuffed animals and just texting on my phone or watching VODs of Twitch streamers, like that is still like a gentle vacation that adds zero stress to my life, and I should enjoy this early morning time. Oh, so you went to Haikanama. So you went to every 3-month local furry nightclub event here on Saturday, had a really good time, and some compliments. So, but also, you're in your first suit dance with the con with your pop and discovered he made his own suit taking comms. Whoa! We're talking about designing your fursuit. The fact that talking about fursuit dancing from experience, doing a lot of cues from other makers, and curious about techniques so you feel good about how it's going to go. Oh, that is so cool, Kadama. I'm really excited for you. I know you and a number of other my friends have joined like mottos on their dancing Sundays in VR, and it sounds like that's elicited some IRL dance excitement for you. Not in DMs, but usually yes. Oh, you finished that book yet for the public library? The ending got you so emotional. What did you read, RFG? Oh, that message was exactly the character limit? That's awesome. I let you know first before sending it. I mean, that's appreciated. Nice time to wake up. Yeah, also, I probably woke up slightly before, but my first look at my phone was 6:21 a.m. That was on Saturday. You thought it was Friday? Yeah, Friday was sleepy. Yeah, I think I stayed up to also 1 or 2 a.m. on Saturday. That sounds right for me. Your own recap was off. So, yeah. This was something from my journal. Instead of passing time, we should be filling time. And I tried to take that mantra like very close to my soul and my heart while I was there. Yeah, enjoying the vacation even if I'm not Quanin. So Ekniel, this green circle right here that my hand was just covering, they're the person who I saw in the reg line who recognized my kangaroo worm tweet from like 3 years ago. So they texted me at 8 in the morning and I'm like, this is blessed. This is real life. Somebody at a furry con in California is awake at 8 in the morning. I'm going to count my blessings. I'm going to actually like text back to this person. I'm definitely going to want to try and like hang out in the morning because who knows what the else I'm going to do. Hi, Kuro. Ooh, if only if it had a shrinking effect, ideal. Kiba is super good. It's true. Everybody here loves that puppy. So, yeah, I was texting Ekniel and I was like, you know, I don't have any morning plans. I'm just going to ask, do you want to hang out this morning before like anything goes on? And they ended up saying yes. And I'm like, swag. Like, okay, there's actually something to do. And they texted me something that ended up confusing me the entire con, and I still don't know the answer to. So let's zoom out. Let's go over to my little map right here. So the DoubleTree, to me, and in my opinion, is a strange hotel that I do not understand and feels almost more like what's the right phrase? There's a certain word I was looking for. A liminal space over than a real human space. And what I mean by that is that it has 3 separate buildings for the one hotel, which is strange to me and I'm not used to. Like it's a wide hotel as opposed to like a tall hotel. And Ekneil texted me, they're like, okay, yeah, I'm over in DoubleTree, building 3. Here's my general location. And I'm like, I know where that physical location of the building is. It can't be that hard to get to building 3. And I thought, oh, I'm over from the Sheraton and the first building's close to me. I can just walk on in and like head that way. I'm so smart. I'm such an independent adult. So we scheduled like a meetup time and I went over. I entered the DoubleTree, the lobby. Okay, natural, I can handle this. I see signs, over to building 2 or 3. Okay, I can handle this. I go to building 2, I see the sign for building 3, I walk on over, and it says, you need a key card to enter building 3. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense, I guess. I'll get to another way. I'm going through like a sky bridge. I guess I'll go to the ground and walk around the perimeter. I walked around the perimeter and I'm like, I have found 5 separate doors and every single one of them is locked, but I was also invited to the DoubleTree building 3, so I just assumed it was theoretically possible for a human to be able to enter this space. But now I feel like I have to send a text of, I literally do not understand how to make it to your physical location. Please help me. So I ended up just texting them. I'm like, I do not know what to. And then I hear a knock on a window and they just see me kind of aimlessly wandering. And I'm like, okay, swag, they found me. I am saved. I am no longer a lost wandering sad queer. Yeah, they had a good circle. They had a circle fursuit, which they showed me in their room. They also had a, is it Espion? I think it might have been an Espion fursuit. Fourth Wing, a medieval fantasy book where the college trains young adults to be dragon riders. A minor romance subplot. Don't want to go too much details. The best experience blind. Highly recommend. I love riding dragons. So you worked at a rundown hotel. Those 3 stepping buildings. It's not unheard of. I guess it's just my first time ever experiencing it. It looks like a car's gearbox. Thank you. So you got a, I'm a straight guy, but I really enjoyed dancing with you, followed by asking if you could bump his butt against mine. Then we did it for part of a song. And then he later said, I just had a vibe that made it fun for dancing around. I'm glad they had fun with you. I'm glad they were able to push themselves a little with you. Like to see an SP. So yeah, I still don't understand how any human being ever enters DoubleTree Building 3 unless you have a card. I went to a tea party that was held there later, and I'm like, I do not understand how anybody got into the building. Anyway, so I entered the room, and I appreciate people who set the social contract for me before I go there. They were like, hey, just so you know, my roommates are still here, and we also believe in casual nudity. And I'm like, aye. I will not be surprised by a penis. Unexpected penis, sad. Expected penis, I can get with that. So I'm glad they told me. And I went on in. There was like 5 different roommates, classic busy furry room. Every one of them was like going to like an IHOP meetup that was held by the Quan. And they just eventually left, and then them and I started talking. We kind of just cuddled in the bed and we chatted. One of the things that we just talked about back and forth was, oh yeah, Kelif, you got to know your husband through Final Fantasy XIV. What was your favorite expansion? I thought to myself, this is dangerous. A Final Fantasy XIV enjoyer who is asking you questions about their favorite experience. But I answered truthfully. And I said, you know, because I stopped playing in Storm's Blood, I really enjoyed Heaven's Word. And they're like, smile. And they said, Kelif, do you have 15 to 20 minutes to spare? And I thought, it's like 8:30 in the morning. I have 2 hours to spare. And I said, yeah, sure, I have 15 to 20 minutes to spare. And they're like, cool, I'm going to show you a raid clear video. I guess it's more of a, what do they call them in Final Fantasy 14? I haven't played in a long time. They're like, there's a fight that I want to show you the clear of. And I'm like, okay. And it was something called Dragon Song Reprise. They called it DSR. And I'm like, I had never heard of this. And I had forgotten, because I hadn't played Final Fantasy 14 in a long time, that I really like how the Bard sort of presents fights. Like, even back when I played, the Bard existed as a character to be like, oh, you remember that one fight that happened? It actually kind of went like this. And then they embellish it. And the fact that they are telling a story and you're playing the story, and their embellishment makes it harder. So it's like the more difficult version of a fight or a reimagining of a fight. What I thought was just really interesting narratively about Dragon Song Reprise is that it takes a pivotal moment from the expansion of Heavensward and it said, what if that didn't happen? What if this person who died actually did not die? What would reality have been like? And how would the fights have gone there? And it was just really interesting. They were telling me kind of like the history of it as we were watching it. It was a clear video. It wasn't like a explanation video. And this girl was super calm, doing incredibly high level mechanics, just talking to her Twitch chat. And MMOs are so fascinating because this is a fight that takes 8 people, perfect play with no mistakes and understanding the mechanics for 24 minutes of content. And it's a fight that has like 7 phases, which is crazy and bonkers. And they were like, oh yeah, me and my group are going through this fight right now. And I'm like, uh-huh. What phase are you on? And they said 2. I can't imagine like trying to get a group of 8 people to do perfect play for 24 minutes. It was hard enough to get like a group of 8 people to do average play for 6 minutes back when I used to do raiding and stuff. What if one building was actually 3? She partners about the full series because they have the sprayed edge editions at Costco. He's diving right in. That's cute. Yeah, I love expecting a penis, and I also love just expectations. Like, I don't like assuming that somebody else will be cool with something. I like just letting them know and making their own decisions. And it turns out I am cool with seeing a dick. You love knowing the social contract? I love knowing the social contract. As somebody with probably more than a little bit of autism inside of them, somebody telling me explicitly what to expect when I get to a place I've never been before is the easiest way to make me feel happy and comfortable with everything in my life. Oh, so my nails were A, looking very cute, and B, slightly longer than my average. So every time I gave somebody a big hug, I would wrap my arms around them and use the and just give them gentle like back scratchies with my nails. I got probably like 5 or 6 different reviews from people being like, "Ooh, wow. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, thank you." So I like the idea of having longer nails than my regular average of the next con I go to, just to give good back scritchies. Foodski gave very good back scritchies and head scritchies and back of the neck scritchies at Anthrocon. Opta gives such good scratchy hugs. Opta, when I cuddled them at Anthrocon, they played with my hair and gave gentle scratches, and it was the most relaxing experience ever. Oh, so I went to the con after that because it was probably, I don't know, 10 a.m. or something when I left hanging out with Ekniel. And I really wanted to meet Tej. I really wanted to hang out with them. They had texted me before the con and they were like, Caliph, I'm gonna make baked treats and I wish to give you some. And I'm like, okay, I like eating. I love treats. I love attention. I can do all these things. So I found out where they were at the con. I made my way there. It was me and Jade and them hanging out. They were all playing pool, and Bella stopped by and we talked for a sec. And I told them, like, I only have one general plan, which is like in an hour-ish to go to In-N-Out for the very first time because I'm in California and all my Californian friends are bullying me that I have to try In-N-Out before I leave or else I will not be allowed at AFC 2026. Take a breather. I probably do need that because I'm talking quickly. In, Futski gives back of the throat scritchies. No, they wouldn't fight being swallowed. They would accept it and not scratch. Anyway. But yeah. I told them, yeah, I only have like one plan is to get like an early lunch with some friends at In-N-Out. And they're like, cool. You should come to my hotel room so I can give you nice, sweet treats. And I'm like, cool. I love nice, sweet treats. So I walked with Tej and Jade over to one of the hotels. And we had just some nice like talk and hangout time. And oh my God, the food that T Jabs baked was so absolutely delicious. They were like, I don't know the official name that they told me. I've already forgotten because it was replaced with delicious flavor memories. They were like these cranberry bars that were so good. Like, I like cranberries in general, but somebody taking cranberries and making like a delicious, freshly made baked good. Gosh. It just reminded me like how good homemade treats are. Like my husband and I don't really do any sort of baking at home. We do cooking a lot, but we do not do baking. And it made me flash back to like a summer a couple years ago. And we had lemon lime bars that I made. And I felt like the best cook in the existence of the world having that first bite of food just because it was fresh, because it was delicious. And I went through the effort of making it myself. So I probably have to mute and blow my nose. I'm sorry. I can do that right now. Success. But yeah, that was really great. I was wearing I don't actually have a picture of my red and black skirt here, but I was wearing my really cute red and black skirt, and it's a perfect effect of wearing skirts that A, it makes you feel cute because you are cute, and B, it just makes me want to twirl at every opportunity. Like the end of that video that I filmed about my record player that I showed up on stream earlier, I think part of the reason that I twirled at the end of the video is because I wore a skirt so much in the previous week that twirling became part of my natural habitat. Also, that's another reason that backpack conning felt weird, is like I didn't want to twirl with a backpack on. I guess if I had like a satchel or like an over the shoulder or a hip one, I would be more likely to twirl. I need to think of conning almost like an RPG where every single thing that I wear gives different stats, and think what could give me plus twirl right now. Mm. Twirl your model? So let's see. Maybe one day I'll actually get like a skirt on a model I have in VR, but like, okay. I don't have like a Valorant mouse pad, so, oh, wait. I can move my mouse, and I can do like this. Okay, this is much bigger. Okay. I need a wide distance to Swift. Okay, that was a little bit much. Okay, was that good? Actually, this is me basically imitating the Beyblades that Boba was talking about on stream. Hi, Merle. I'm glad you're having fun with Environmental Station Alpha. I'm so interested to see how you approach the puzzles when you start doing puzzles. I'm glad that you're having fun with the fights. You did what, like the temple spider today, and then the temple hand guy today. I don't know if you got to any other like big sections after that, because I had to actually go work/sad. But I'm glad you're having fun. Oh, Nin. Hi, Nin. I hope you're well. Use tail whip. Nin, how would you describe your defense level right now? The only thing better than having a skirt on someone is getting it off of them. Okay, so because of that message, I'm going to show you a selfie. So chat. What would you do if a boy texted you this? There we go. That was my text over to AFC guy, where I'm like, ooh, the eyes are cropped out, the hands right there. Oh, they have skirts with no tights on. And they just have naked legs. Oh my gosh. So I did send that text to somebody. Anyway. Oh, it's so good. You're getting closer to the puzzles, you think? Oh, what? You did a lot today. CB, the AI dude, and the security guy. Let's go. You approve? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You got blasted the moon by the tail. California is shooting for a spot on the roster of the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 6, or what are the number they're up to now? Lower! Nin, how have you been? Oh, Gar looks feral barking. Are you gonna bring this sushi? I didn't have any sushi at the con. I actually have not had sushi in a while. Oh, is that a queer thing to do? The hand on chest? I do hand on the chest a whole bunch. That is true. Oh, I do have a picture of my black and red skirt right there. True. Aquilix, hi. Anyway. Okay. I have to reset up where my stuff is because I changed it for the bit. Right here. So I kind of knew, but I didn't know about how gosh darn opinionated people are about In-N-Out, especially in California. When I was hanging out in Ekneel's room earlier in the day, and I said, oh yeah, I'm going to go to In-N-Out for the first time later. And they're just like, the room exploded in opinions. It's the most opinions I've ever heard about any restaurant in existence. And like, I had never been to one, and I like basically all food, asterisks, except for dairy. And I thought, I know I will enjoy it no matter what, but people are going to ask me so many questions about it at every moment before, during, and after. So I went in with an open mind. Shout out to Crouton, by the way. It was Crouton, me, Gunnar, and Embellis. And Crouton's like, Kelif, the Sheraton is right next to In-N-Out. Everybody's going to be going there. Fuck that. We're going to drive to the next closest In-N-Out and get better service. And I say, thank you for your service. Kelif, you can blame... You can blame me for anything. You accept this. Thank you. Chat, it's going to be an ad starting soon in a couple seconds. So lots of tired. You work a job with 4-10 schedule. Having a 3-day weekend every weekend is so nice. Honestly, that sounds worth it. I've never gotten that opportunity. You did the same thing. If you get stuck, you can ask Kella for help. You spent I did. I mapped everything. It's true. It is very American, yeah. You're so lost overall. I can't wait to walk around and discover. I mean, you did discover that one room in the heat area that's probably not still on your map because you died, at least when I was watching. And I know that is a very interesting room. So I'll be excited to see what other cool rooms you discover. Do you dislike dairy or does dairy dislike me? It goes both ways. The milk feels terrible going in my body and out, so therefore I don't allow it in. You're taking notes on how to start burger fights. Say anything about the fries at In-N-Out and people will have 10,000 opinions. I'm gonna sip my tea and water and take care of myself. Ooh, so you've in a room with a weird clockwork thing. I feel like I know what that is. And something about a computer playing Pong. I do know what that is. Right, I'm gonna pour more tea, then I'm gonna sip water. I have to do good self-care as there's still a small amount of sickness in my body. All right. Also, small side story unrelated to the burger In-N-Out. They had the best trash can I've ever seen. What do I mean by that? Oh, here's my angle of the trash can as a 6-foot-tall individual. You have milk? Fucking toss it. I had to take this picture for the anti-milk propaganda, but for the truth sayers out there who are wondering what does this actually represent, if you put the camera down, it'll show you just to toss your plastic there. But this is the angle I want. Oh, just toss the milk right there. Don't even bother ingesting it. Speaking of starting fights, Chocolatine, a small subset of chat will get this joke. That's not me. Don't let Monty hear you say milk. Oh, does Monty like it? I'm sad. True fact. Dairy stole Kelf's lunch money as a kid. This is true. I'm actually scarred emotionally and physically. The milk had a knife. Anyway, so yeah, I went to In-N-Out. I felt like the workers knew it was my first In-N-Out experience. I'm not exaggerating, and this is not me trying to tell a good story. I literally think this particular In-N-Out, it's not this photo, but the one that I went to with Crouton and Gunner and Embellis had like the best customer service I've ever experienced at any fast food restaurant. To be fair, it was not super busy, but everybody was really kind and gentle, and they just kind of felt like they cared. And I had something happen at a fast food spot that I've never had happen, where we get the order, we go to the table, and a couple minutes later, they walk by like it's a regular sit-down restaurant and are like, "Can I get you anything? How is it? How can I give you any advice about your next thing you can order off the secret menu?" Like, it was incredible customer service. Everybody was oh so jolly and sweet. And honestly, literally the cheapest meal I had at the con. It was like a burger and fries and a shake for $14 in California. That felt like an incredible, beautiful amount of money to spend. Which, even though I talked about how delicious the Indian food I had, and it was very good, this was $30. It was $30 compared to the $14.68 that I spent at In-N-Out for probably the same amount of filling. X marks the spot? No. It's Diamond. Diamond marks the spot. What do they call it? In and out when the burger, when you in the burger, out eat the food. Thank you. So actually, I mean, I enjoyed it. I had a great time. Everybody asked me about how the fries felt, because the fries were like the biggest opinionator haver thing about anybody in California. They're like, oh, well, they're freshly made. They're not frozen, but everybody's so used to frozen fries, they think they're gross. I thought they were good. I still probably prefer the incredibly greasy and limp Five Guys fries, because that's usually what my Friday treat is walk down over to the Five Guys and then get some giant bag of fries and destroy it. That looks tasty. Yeah, it was mushroom paneer burji. It was delicious. Best to use it instead of becoming spoiled milk. True. More reasons milk is bad. It's terrible when it's spoiled. Hello and yay Cobalt Core. Oh, Super Lux Deluxe. I was showing chat earlier. Do I still have this video over here? I have to click this and then I have to click that. I'm glad I'm not showing this because that's my DMs. There we go. I'm not going to play the whole video or even turn on sound. But yes, so I got the Cobalt Core vinyl the last time it was like available. And I got my record player all set up for it. So during my work days, I've been listening to the Cobalt Core vinyl. Kelf can handle all Five Guys at once. No. What I ended up doing is just one at a time. Like, one guy would go in and then out, and the next guy would go in and then out. Okay, so the bit's over. Oh, greasy food gives you a headache. Honestly, that's probably for the best, though. You can give it In-N-Out for free. Can I at least tip you? Well, I guess the implication is that you would be tipping me. I mean, if you want me to show the twirling part of the vid, I can. It's like, there's not even any audio. Anyway. This is another just quick, like, screen cap of a video that I looked at for AFC 2025 to kind of show, like, the room over here. So, there was one meetup that I super wanted to go to. I did go to, like, the VTuber Twitch one, and that was fun. But the one meetup, I'm like, I literally can't fucking miss this meetup, because will it ever happen again at a con I go to? It is this. Diamonds are forever. X rhombi never die. Does your persona have a diamond pattern? Are you a fan of the mighty rhombus? Do you want to meet like-minded furry friends with a passion for the pointy parallelogram you last heard about in 2nd grade? Then you should be at the Diamonds Are Forever X Rhombi Never Die meet. I thought, this is something I cannot possibly miss. Not only because the description is fun, but, like, literally nobody, like, I've never, ever seen a meet. I've been going to cons since 2017. Never seen a meet that's diamond focused. And so this was you can see it on the schedule, there was 1 p.m. But at this particular meetup room, 1 p.m. was the first meetup of the day there. And this is important because in this giant room, it was kind of like this. It was tarped off, and there was chairs like all lining the sides. When I got there, and to be fair, I got there slightly early, like 12:55 or something before 1 p.m. I saw a bunch of people in the room sitting in the chairs, but I thought, okay, the majority of these people here are probably just tired and just want to sit in the chair and are not actually here for the meet. So I have no idea who is here to socialize about diamonds or rhombuses. How can I figure this out? So I was alone, I was on my phone. My strategy was I'm going to go to Blue Sky. I'm going to search up the host and then see like what their persona is and then see if I can see it on a badge. I thought that was a pretty good strategy. And as I was like looking down at my phone, I was going to Blue Sky and this person sat down like a couple chairs next to me. And I thought, they seem friendly. I wonder if they're here for the meet. I'm just going to strike up a conversation with them. So I did. And I ended up being so happy that I talked to this person. So this person, they didn't even have like a badge. Like they had the registration because you had to get into the building, but they didn't have a badge. And it was just like, hey, how's your con going? And they're like, it's so interesting. This is my first con experience, and I'm kind of dipping my toes into the whole being a furry thing. And there's so much new here. Like, all of you as in the furries, they were telling me, they're like, all of you have so much lingo. You have so much, like, that seems to be hard to permeate from an outside perspective. And I'm like, oh, this is a great conversation to be having. I love, like, I just told a story earlier about bringing somebody new into VR chat and like being kind of a guiding force there. I feel like I have a lot of knowledge and I have a lot of passion and excitement to try and instill into others for spaces that I believe they belong in. So I was very happy to have this opportunity of a conversation right in front of me. So we started talking back and forth. They were so funny. I sadly didn't get like their name fully in my memory because there wasn't the full badge. There was just the reg, but they were so sweet and really cool to talk to. They're so funny because I was wearing this badge right here. There's both of them, my kangaroo, but this one is facing forward, the Corlith one, as I was talking to them. Oh yeah, the text is flit. I didn't even think about that. So like I was wearing this badge while I was talking to this new furry, and they're like, so Caliph, you have that badge there. It makes me think, when I eventually get a persona, it's really important to me that my persona doesn't just look like a friend. I really want my persona, whatever they become, to look like they fuck. And I'm like, okay, actually say, my persona, this one, the Corlith, looks like it fucks. Kangi, they just look like a friend. Like, you know, that's by design. I want to be like soft. I want to be gentle. I want to be like a guiding hand and cool to talk to. But shout out to this person who doesn't even have a character to be like, I want them to look like they fuck. That was very funny. I love that part of the conversation. And you know, I'm a pretty gregarious guy. I like to like be very, you know, moving my hands, dancing, and like, you know, I was looking like this at the con. And they were like, so Caliph, how did you become? And then they made like this sort of motion, this. And I told them, well, you know, it's been a big process of iteration. I've been pushing myself in many ways, socially, sexually, in all possible mental and emotional ways, I think, in the past kind of 10 years. And if you had shown me a picture of this guy 4 years ago, I probably wouldn't have believed it's the guy that I would eventually become. And I kind of tried to give them like encouraging thoughts of like, even if you don't know what your persona is. Oh, they also mentioned like, I don't even know what gender I want my persona to be. And I'm like, literally it can change at any time. Like you can make a character, you can try something out, you can think, this species, not for me. This gender, not for me. This not enough fuckable, not for me. Like, there's a lot of different ways that you can present yourself, and you don't know if it's valid until you slip it on and try it out. So that was kind of like the pace and the emotional cadence of the conversation that we were having. And like, shout outs to them. Because at the end of our conversation, oh, I forgot this point. The reason this person was at the con at all, like dipping their toes into the furry fandom, is that their friend, the host of the meetup that I was trying to find, is the person who brought them here. So they ended up introducing me to jacuzzi, and we got to talk about diamonds. I thought it was so funny. Like, there was four of us. It was me, them, jacuzzi, and a +1 who had like a diamond pattern on their forehead. And I'm like, look at us. The four of us, like 4 points on a diamond, standing strong. And Jacuzzi was very funny because they were like, oh, yes, we are like the mighty diamond. We are like kites in the wind. We are so emotionally free. Like, they were making it a whole thing. Yeah, diamond in the rough. So, yeah, shout out to this new furry because after we had like, I don't know, a semi-long conversation, that wasn't even that, it was like 15 minutes. We had like a 15-minute conversation about identity and representation and self and fuckability. And they were like, you know what, Kelif? I should. I should go explore. I should try new things. And then they just like, they touched my shoulder and then they walked away. So, very cool person. I know I'll catch him in chat in a sec. But I saw this new furry in the dealer's den the next day. And they were like, oh, hey, Kelif. And I literally didn't recognize them. And it took me like an ellipses of time of like, oh, like it's you. The reason I didn't recognize them is because when I saw them here, they were wearing like a button-up shirt and pants, like, or sorry, it was shorts, like a button-up shirt and shorts, like casual California wear. When I saw them in the dealer's den, like 24 hours later, they were wearing like a green wig and a blouse that was like halfway down. Like, so much happened in 24 hours. I don't even know the story. I don't know what the fuck they got up to. But I love that they just like immediately went into experimentation. They immediately were like, I'm gonna do this now. So I'd love to like, they were just dipping their toes in their fandom. I didn't even think to ask for like a telegram or whatever. But wherever you are, I hope you're doing great. It was great talking to you. I'm scrolling up. I catch you in chat now. So that alone informed a lot of your dieting decisions. You have a prodigious sweet tooth that's hard to fight against it sometimes. Woof. I love shapes too, yeah. Your interest in that meetup gave you an art idea you must do. Uh-huh. Fair and valid. Mm-hmm. I wonder if any of my persona looks like they fire truck. Ooh, only if they're a Dalmatian. Imagine have a persona that fucks. Maybe one day. Fuck. Fuckability was one of the key parts of Siobhan's redesign. Good. Oh yeah, Hitler rock. So the question becomes, do they know of you? Do they think you may drop? I don't know. The context of the meet was just like diamonds. So I don't know if me streaming ever came up in conversation. Diamonds in the rough. Ooh, diamonds in the fluff. True. Speedrunning self-discovery. You're sorry, I had to laugh at Kiba saying, my dog totally innocent. Do you have a jack, a queen, a king, an ace of diamonds? Ooh, So if I continue to stay under the ace umbrella, I could call myself the ace of diamonds. That's true. Yeah, now we may bully the... I really wanted to talk about that guy. Okay. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna go step outside. I'm gonna bask in the moonlight. I'm gonna take a bio break, and I'm gonna encourage you, chat, to also take care of yourself. I've been sitting down for 2 hours and 37 minutes, and if you have been sitting down for any longer than just 20 minutes, stand and stretch, maybe get a water, hug your partner, tease your partner, put your hand on your partner with a tilde, if that sounds like a great time and moment for that. Time for early D&D prep. Have fun. All right, I'll be right back. You'll put away the illegal Beyblades? No, it's the perfect time to play with them because they can't tattle on you. You should eat dinner? You should. Okay. That was a good stretch. It was a good small amount of not talking. Okay, I'm gonna sip water too. Hi again, Rick. Rick, I wasn't paying too much attention during your stream earlier. What's like your current Celeste goal? Or was that just like for fun grinding? Get out of here, hand. There we go. I love the Cobalt Core soundtrack. Oh, so AFC, another Furry Con 2025, had another tea and chill party by another, from my perspective. I went to FWA 2024, and they had a tea and chill party, and it was awesome. And the same group was hosting like another party over here. It was in the DoubleTree, yeah, room 3345, the mysterious building that I don't think any human can enter without the help of a key card. But anyway, so Passion Fruit Pantheon Golden is the final map of SJ. Most people say getting this golden is way harder than 202 Deathless, so you want to try it? Holy frick, let's go. So, the art's very hot. Thank you, Ink Maven. I have to admit, chat, they did have pants on, the workers, but they also had aprons, so it wasn't a total lie. Actually, I didn't even think about it. These are probably the personae of the two people who were at the party. Like, one of them was delivering the hot drinks, and one of them was delivering, I forget what it was called, but they had like a specific section just themselves. It's a very minor thing. So you missed your answer earlier in your chat. It's really cool. You go through. I do go through different obsessions than my avatars. So I feel great every time something. I do, yeah. So when something new comes up for me, because I've gone through what phases? I went through the original Pupper. Well, no. So Kangi first obsession. Then I went through the original Pupper that I made for the quest compatibility for Jovi. And then I went through. Well, Nardo. Nardo was an obsession there. And the Moonfang, absolute obsession. The facial track Pupper, that's an obsession. Tea and chill. At the same party, the wonders never cease. The Deep Art is a blast. Kind of signing miss this year. You're out doing other stuff. It's so hard to do everything in a con. Oh my god, Koi! Hi, Koi! Oh, sorry, I forgot. I put alerts off because I'm just focusing on recapping. I'm gonna focus on you! Hi, Koi. Oh, you're playing VR chat? Ooh. We were just talking about VR chat earlier, because how can I not always talk about VR chat at least a little bit on every stream that I do? Were you world hopping? Were you just like yapping with chat? What were you up to? You're when they come to a con that you're at. Hi to Salto. I'm in their Telegram chat, which I guess is just right here, the at Tea and Chill Party. I don't even know if they like announced super ahead of time where they're going. I learned because of Golden Pelt that they were going to be here. I wasn't even paying attention to like this announcement chat. But they're really awesome. They had like different iced tea creations. I'm not an iced tea guy, so I completely ignored them. But out of all of these, and yes, there was even more teas that were displayed right here. Side note, I really like how they just like list all of their vendors right here. So if you really like a tea, you know exactly where to go. These are all printed out and laminated at the convention itself. In the past, when I went to FWA, I got some sort of pu'er tea, and I forget the other thing that I got. I know a lot of people like the Hoji Cha. I always hear very positive things about that. But, I mean, you're at a party. You're going to have fun. I wanted something relaxing. I went for the Tokyo Twilight. A fresh take on sencha, balanced with a green Rue Boys, lemon, juniper, and lavender, perfect for that tender moment between day and night. I thought, this sounds soft. This sounds so cozy. Like, I will absolutely choose that one. Hi. So, yeah, it was really fun. There was a lot of people there when I entered, like, who was it? It was like Lupin and Pasky and Raishi and the Koyos. There was more people that I knew in that room too. And I don't know if it was the correct social thing to do, but we kind of just in the bedroom of that party just set up like a little cuddle section. I mean, tea and chill is the chill, a little bit of cuddle time. That's what it felt like at the con. I may have kissed a boy or two in that room as well. I mean, what else are you supposed to do where your tea is waiting to cool and it's incredibly fucking hot? Like, if you just look at it wrong, you might feel a welt start to form on your skin. So you have to touch a soft boy. You have to maybe touch their soft lip with yours to pass time, or at the very least, that's what I did. But yeah, I was, so because, jumping backwards, first things first. So this is a noon to 4 party, which I guess it says right here. But my Diamonds Are Forever that I cared so much about started at 1 p.m. So I don't know, I got there around halfway through. And because I got there halfway through, it was more tea than it was chill, as it was like a pretty full room. Something I appreciate about these parties is that each time that I've been to one, so the 2 total, if anybody gets too rowdy or it in general gets too loud, they're just like, they just like try and calm it down to keep it a little bit more relaxed. I remember at FWA 2024, I was like wearing my mask, telling stories to Lizurals about my crush at the time before they became my boyfriend. And even with my mask on, I was too loud and had to be told to shush. Good night, Caliphant friends. Good night, Bristol. Hope you've been having a nice stream. Yeah, so I went to AFC, which is what I'm talking about right now, and then I got tired, and then I got sick. So I haven't really streamed for like 2 weeks, so this is me getting back into it. You doodled the cuddle party? I love a good cuddle party. So whenever Opta goes to a con, I talk to them about it. They have like set up cuddle rooms. I haven't ever done like a cuddle room at a party. Although, asterisk, I'll get to one later. I kind of did do a cuddle room. Glad you're feeling better. Yeah, so my voice was kind of shot on Sunday. So I'm like, even if my mind is fine, if my sniffles are mostly gone, my voice was not there. A cuddle party sounds really nice. I like the idea of just a group of individuals. Like, there doesn't have to be any expectations aside that we have to softly exist near each other. Okay, so I had 2 plans coming into this con. 1, make out aggressively with AFCG. 2, make out gently or maybe aggressively with a friend of mine who DM'd me during stream. So they were in the room at the tea party. So I was just like, after people started to like sort of scuffle out, after everybody was finishing their tea and having their snacks, I looked at them and I'm like, do you want to go? And they said, I think that sounds nice. And from the room where the tea party was, so Doubletree Room 3 or Building 3, we walked on over to the Sheraton. And we just talked on the way over. Then we got to my room. And I tried to set it to be cooler because it was always just a little bit too hot in that room. And then we laid on the bed. And I think it was like 2 hours, question mark. The pace was, oh, we're just going to talk for a little bit while gently touching each other. Then we're going to kiss for a little bit while also gently touching each other. Then we're going to go back to talking about feelings, then silly things, then touches, then kisses. And it was a nice kind of square that was forming. And I feel like those are some of my favorite con moments when they do happen. Like, that happened with Zord at Anthrocon. That was a really just like a beautiful, soft time. That happened, of course, with my boyfriend at Anthrocon 2. When I had like my talk and cuddle with Opta in their room, that was like a highlight of the con at Anthrocon. So I feel like that's just a recipe for success, is either like 1 to 3 friends, maybe including yourself. So up to 4 or 5, I think is like a perfect size for gentle, soft cuddles, maybe touches, maybe kisses. We're ever going to be confused together. Let's just embrace it. Welcome back into it. Thank you. Said ignore me. Why would I ignore a wonderful kangaroo hybrid? I'm gonna sip my tea. There we go. So that was a wonderful 2 hours. Actually, one of the highlights of my con. It was cute. So on the last day of the con, which I'll get to, it was just a small conversation among, I don't know, like 5 or 6 people. And the conversation point was, what is everybody's highlight of the con? And the person who I had the cuddle and makeout session with was like, I had a really nice time with somebody at the con, just the two of us. And then I was like, yeah, my highlight was making out with you. And I thought that was very fun. No ignoring the koi. True. Most do. Oh wait, so wait. Can I stare directly at the koi O's and the individual koi to make sure that they get enough attention? You're not wilting like a plant, right? Do you need more attention? Do I need to stare harder? Uh-huh. We're looking. I'm gonna zoom out. There we go. If you get close, I'll smooch. Is that a threat? Positive? Oh, my lips are right here, just completely unattended to. I need to go to Lost and Found. Oh, asterisk? I need to go to somebody else's lips. Anyway, there's gonna be an ad starting soon, by the way. I forgot to run when I was gone like I normally do. Mwah. I always think it's fun when people type mwah in chat when I get close. So, oh, yeah. After I had the cuddle and make out with my my wonderful friend, um I took some time in the room just to relax and chill as like a little small buffer for me. And on the way down to the con, I'm like, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave a voice message to my boyfriend just to tell him, oh, so what I've been up to. I just had a really nice, soft, cozy time. I hope your evening is going so wonderfully. And like there were furries around me walking towards the con. And I'm like, I don't care about them. I'm in my own little world. And we like got stuck at a red light and we had to wait to cross the street. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'll listen a little bit to what these other furries are talking about. And I hear this voice behind me that goes, yeah, I learned that I'm not really scared of suiting, just that I'm scared of strangers. And I looked up from my phone, I turned directly towards them, and I said, we're not that scary, which I thought was a fun bit and a good conversation starter. And then it turns out I actually just knew the person. It turns out I was not a stranger, and it was actually Low Wolf. So that was absolutely my best like conversation introduction that I had at the entire con. And like I was just gonna walk alone to the con, but it turns out I was just standing next to somebody. They also had this fursuit head with them and their plausies too. So yeah, we just ended up talking. It was me, them, and like a childhood friend of theirs, all just walking together. Oh, to have an emotional support werewolf. I know. Oh gosh, imagine just like having a booth at like an artist alley or a con where you're not even selling things. You're just like, you can hold my paw. You can talk to me about your problems, and I have a tip jar. I'm your emotional support werewolf. So that was really fun. Oh, you have the same pin. It gets so many compliments. I really like it. Just let me snuggle and sit on me, please. I feel like pressure stimming just makes the problems eke out of you. You know, sometimes a big werewolf sitting on you will actually solve all your problems. So I walked with them. Actually, this is a good picture for it. So this is like the internal ring of that gigantic room where pretty much all the events were held. And what Lo and their friend wanted to do was go to the night market. And traditionally for me at cons, I can't say the night market inspires too much joy. And this is because of my goals for the con. It's nothing against the market itself. I tend to not buy physically salacious things, be they stickers or actually equipment. This is just not my interest. And I tend to not like care too much about seeing people in kinky wear. Again, it's not my interest. Or being on a dance floor around people in kinky wear. Not what I care about. But I care about having something to do. So I went in line with Lo and their friend, and we all just talked. And I was doing that thing where I was just like looking around, thinking, I don't know what my plan after this is gonna be. What's my night gonna hold? I still haven't spent much time with like AFCG, and that's kind of the whole goal of the con. So I kind of want to make that happen. So I should text them. And I was just like planning a little bit in my own head, a little bit participating in the conversation. And I mentioned earlier on my recap, like, this is not a small con. This was a, as they said, about 5,600 people con. And my golly, I actually felt it with the night market. Literally everybody, I think like half the con or more at once was all in line to get in. I was like, I guess an early adopter just because I was sucked into it. But my golly, that line, so I showed a picture of like the main walking area. This whole thing was just all a line from toe to tip that was. So I was happy that if I was going to see it at all, that I happened to get tugged in. And the way that they set it up is, I guess the overview works well here. So this is like the general shape of the building, and kind of this whole wing, they had sort of like cut off. It's like, oh, over here, this is all the night market. I guess there's also a dance floor there. But like that whole sort of hallway was kind of cordoned off just for them. They had a sheet so to be like, you can't go through here. You have to go through the official line. And a lot of people, I imagine, went for the dance floor. There was the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, like, hosting it. And there was so I had gone earlier in the con over to, like, the 18+ section. And a lot of those dealers were still present within the night market, but there was also a larger, like, gathering of artists. There was more people who weren't there. So there was still reason to go. But I think partially just because of the huge amount of line, how busy it was, and me trying to like make my later plans. I didn't interface too much with the night market, although asterisks I don't usually do. So while I was rocking around with like Lo and their friend, Lupin happened to see me in the night market, and I'm like, I have no plans. What are you up to? And we stayed a little bit there, but we left. And they're like, oh, theoretically, strip mahjong is going to be happening later, and I know the room that it's going to happen in. Do you want to tag along? And I thought, everybody I know is into mahjong, and everybody I know is into being naked. So therefore, combining these two interests seems like everybody who wants to be there will be there, and I should also go just for fun, but not actually play mahjong and not actually strip. So I thought, I have no other plans. I'll attend strip mahjong, and the concept of me seeing mahjong IRL for the first time and also it being strip mahjong was funny. So therefore, I thought I had to go. And we just like walked on over to the Azure together. We were just talking about like our con, about our days, about our plans. And one of the most interesting moments at the con happened during this walk. So we got into the Azure and we had to take the elevator to the second floor. And they had the room number. I didn't bother asking. I didn't care. I was just following. And as we were just walking down this hallway, the two of us completely alone, I feel a hand on my shoulder grab me. And then I get like shoved over to a wall and my hands are like... And I have like eyes like that. I'm like, huh? And somebody like in a mask is like staring me down, and it takes me like half a second, and I'm like, oh, this is Siobhan. But like for probably 3/4 of a second, I was just utterly confused about why my shoulder was grabbed and I was getting pushed towards a wall. There's the daydreams that you can have about the safe danger, about, there's a certain word for this involving the word horny, scorny, scared, horny, whatever that is. But yeah, I got pushed against the wall. This didn't happen, but I did get to experience somebody in a mask of some sort pushing me. And it was safe. It was safe and delightful, and I was only lightly scared, but knowing that it was okay afterwards made it more exciting. Oh, you saw that sheep? You only bought the one horny thing? I pinned this as the horny ace. Yeah, the line was crazy. After Lupin and I left the night market, you could hear one of the staff members with a megaphone being like, "You will be waiting for an hour if you stay." The night event at Foix was pretty lit, even if you paid way too much for like a shot of vodka. Is only the line for the Moonlight Festival at Foix? Yeah. You don't... You don't learn mahjong, you become trapped near it. That's so true. Yeah, maybe next time. Oh, you were tied for your first time ever there. I bet that was exciting for you. So yeah, we just went into like, yeah, safe danger. That's what Past Me described it as. So I was within safe danger with Siobhan, and then like me, Siobhan, and Lupin, we just went into the room where theoretically strip mahjong was going to be held. And there was a whole conversation about that, about why it did not happen. But while the three of us were just all there, kind of just like gently cuddling and softly talking, Siobhan was like, "Do you want to try this on, Kelef?" And I thought, do I? So I've not shown you a picture, chat. And I guess I kind of have the crazy eye in this photo, so forgive me for that. But here you go. So this is what Siobhan was wearing when they grabbed my shoulder and pinned me to the wall. So a face that you could only semi-recognize, putting you into like safe danger. True. Yeah, Siobhan made that mask. And they told a story about like, oh yeah, I made a paper version of the mask first. And I put it on my face, and I basically wore it for 2 weeks straight, and I knew that's when I had to make it out of leather. There's like a cute corsage that's on the other side that you can't fully appreciate here. My glasses actually fit fully well under here. I sent this picture to my boyfriend at the con, and he told me, "Oh, so Kelef, did that awaken anything in you?" And I told them, "Oh, you know, I did not bark or woof in it, so I missed the opportunity to be transformed by this experience." Hi, Sheriff. Thanks for following. Hermix, thank you for 26 months. I turned off all my alerts while I'm just recapping, but I hope you're both doing great. Yeah, you made it in glasses and mine. I also remember you mentioning that the only thing you'd want to do on a different version is like this part right here, which is so cute, is like very far down. So your own voice kind of like bounces against it a little bit. But I mean, it was very cozy. And like this slant right here, the forehead to this part to the nose, that's a very handsome slant, IMO. Why is Kelef so handsome? It's called doing 1 to 2 5Ks every week for a month and a half before the con. Ooh, did I howdy? I did not tip my hat at all, no. Whoa, Tilda, running. Merle, since your whole like surgery scare earlier this year, have you been able to like get back into walking or running at all? Yeah, resonance feeling weird. That's a very good way to phrase it, yeah. Oh, you got back to 20 minutes nonstop. Let's go. Yeah, actually, literally true. Getting in shape to kiss boys. It's a cardio workout. You're like just healed okay last week without feeling the scar tissue. I'm very excited for you. That's wonderful. So it was funny having like us three in this room. So like Lupin, Siobhan, and I are all the, in some ways, not always, kind of like the type A in our relationship. And having like the type B partner and how it can manifest was sort of a nice conversation to have, usually about like planning, usually about like organization. And it was good to have some camaraderie in that sense. Oh, you've been doing this, Fan? Oh, Fan, do you want to work out together? You look so queer and comfy in a safe space. Someone who gets shouty at bad people before going back to kiss boys. Thankfully, I did not see like many bad people at all. You would smooch? Futski would smooch. I believe this. So, it should not surprise you, chat, that this next thing happened because of the safe danger scenario where I was pushed against a wall in a completely safe environment and felt the scared horny for a flash of a second. I was just on the bed talking to both Lupin and Siobhan, and I was like queerly hanging off the side of the bed, flirting with danger, and then Siobhan kicks me off the bed. And this led to the first upskirt that I have ever given anybody. So put it on your calendars. Saturday, AFC 2025 is the first time Kelef has ever accidentally upskirted two individuals in a room. That's on the incredibly hyper-specific bingo card that I'm sure BMO has ready. You love the type A-B partner chat? I really did too. Truly a historic moment. You have to walk over a blowing vent. True. Yeah, Gally. So that was a great time. It was a wonderful Saturday. And as I was talking with both of them, I was texting back and forth with a AFC guy, And I was like, hey, AFC guy, like you and I, like we didn't get to really hang out, winky face, yesterday. And I thought, okay, well, maybe this is too like superfluous. Maybe I need to just be incredibly direct. So, not mincing any words, on Friday I texted this and I thought, well, we didn't actually make out at all, so I have to do something different. Saturday sometime in the afternoon, you want to know what I texted them literally and verbatim? When do you want to do intimate things later? That is exactly what I texted AFC guy, and I'm like, okay, cool. This gets the point across. There's no way to like read between any lines if I just ask for exactly what I want. Maybe. The hangout was definitely a favorite memory for you. Yeah, I had a really wonderful time in this room, absolutely. And yeah, this is the photo that I texted them too. No, see, that would not be the right play, Modest. If I say it like that, then it sets the lens of the experience to be more physically forward than emotionally forward. Intimacy is a sexy word. So yeah, my Saturday night was wonderful times on a bed with friends, and then different times on a friends with a boy, and then Sunday. So I'm actually a huge fan of like completely eating alone at cons. And me and my husband, we do this because a lot of the times meal plans can either go awry or they can take a very long time. So me on Sunday morning, just walking on over to the Wendy's right next to the Sheraton to have a quick meal was absolutely the right play, and I would do it any other con Sunday. You love bullying Kangi? You are very good at it. So, yeah, I had a breakfast alone. And so, I'm going to tell another story here that started at the con and has continued since. I'm going to sip my water to be good to myself. So, at the con on Sunday, well, I was kind of just like walking about, just like I was in the con center, but nothing was happening. I didn't know anybody else around. I assumed they were all kind of sleeping. And I checked my email and I saw, hello, Kelif, you applied to this job that is based in Kansas City for a sequel developer position. And we would like to set up an interview with you. And I texted like a cute little response. I said, oh, I'm on vacation in California right now. And this is now another highlight of my trip. Looking forward to scheduling the interview. And that's where I left it, and I went back to being a queer furry. And since then, I have had the first round interview with this local company. It happened this previous Thursday, which I'm so happy past me scheduled it for Thursday, because basically Thursday night is really when like I started to be super sniffle and like gross voice. So I was very happy to like have that interview. Like I've been so bored at my job. I'm trying not to complain on stream while I'm all happy talking about the con, but I've been very fucking bored. Like I'm not gonna get into that now. But like the interview itself for the new place on this past Thursday was really cool. I talked with this girl. It was scheduled for 30 minutes, but we actually ended up talking for like 60 minutes. And I felt like a very good fit. I felt like I said all the right things, that I had good, like, silly quips, and I was like a very emotionally intelligent guy, and I asked really good questions. So after that interview, they were like, hey, Kelif, we're going to set up like another interview with you. Expect like some sort of communication with us early next week. And to me, I'm like, okay, I think of early next week as Tuesday at the latest. So they didn't talk to me on Friday or the weekend or Monday. And I woke up today and I'm like, I'm going to send them an email. I'm going to be like, hey, I'm still interested in moving forward and I would like to keep talking. Like I said, different things, but that was basically the energy. And they have not gotten back to me still. So that did frustrate me a little bit because I'm like, it was an awesome interview. It's local. I'm super qualified for this exact position, SQL developer using healthcare information, and I asked awesome questions. So theoretically, it's still happening, but who knows? But that job opportunity started on Sunday. How dare you emote live on Twitch.television? You're right. I should be more stoic on my silly guy stream. Hi, Joey. Yeah, damn those companies for edging us. Yeah, frick that company, Gally, for edging you so hard. Sorry about the delay. HR to process some maybe later this week. Yeah, and like part of the reason I thought the interview went super good on Thursday is like, do you ever talk to somebody and they like tell you maybe a little bit more than they should? The recruiter, I felt like, had that relationship with me. She was like, okay, Caliph, I might be saying too much, but I feel like the last candidate that I tried to get for this position made me feel like this position is cursed. And I'm like, oh, how? And she was like, well, it's a SQL developer position. We had our first round interview with them, and I had them talk to the next person that theoretically you're going to talk to. And it turns out they've never coded with SQL in their life. And, you know, I thought it was cute that she told me that story. I thought it was like oh, hey, you know, I'm going to talk to you a little bit because I think you're a good candidate. But who knows how any of it works. It's all up in the air. You get a little sprinkle of what it's like in the trenches. They're true. I like a good sprinkle. Let's see. Oh, so yeah, shout out to Sugi. I love hanging out with Sugi. I say yes to all opportunities at the con unless I have a good reason to say no. So I woke up early. I got my breakfast alone. And I thought, I'm just going to like be on my phone at the con center and just gonna wait around. It's gonna see what happens. And I see a bunch of people, like 8+ people, all talking about wanting to go to a place called Bake Cafe. And Sugi text, I have 4 open spots in my car. Who wants in? And I thought, I got nothing going on, sure. So I said yes. I walked over to like where it was, and they mentioned something of like, and I saw this in the Telegram announcement channel for AFC 2025, where they sent up like a temporary reg statement, like a station at the DoubleTree. And I'm like, I don't know where that is. And that's where Sugi says to meet up. I'm just gonna wander around the DoubleTree. And I walked on up to like 2 random furries just to be like, hello, do you happen to know where the temporary reg station was on Thursday? And while they looked at me, Sugi pulls up in a car and I'm like, oh, thank you. I don't need the answer. Thank you so much. Have a great con. So I was just like a lost puppy wandering, and Sugi saved me and brought me over to the Bake Cafe. I think it's good to get quizzed a bit. You can't hide behind a charming interviewee. Yeah, I want to be quizzed. The job that I currently have, that I am currently attempting to leave, I, at the time, thought it was fully positive, but maybe I should have been more quizzical about it. It was mostly just like a character interview, not a technical interview. Like, they really cared that I could like interact with the clients, that I could hold a good conversation, and that I wouldn't make like classic social faux pas. So the big question of my last interview cycle was, Caliph, how would you explain to somebody who's never made a peanut butter jelly sandwich how to make it and what they would need to use and what are the steps? And like, because I'm a silly guy on stream like all the time, I felt like that was just a bit that I could fall into immediately and then sell very well. So I was like the perfect audience for that particular question because it was just a silly social thing, and I'm very good at that. So I do kind of hope for more technical questions in this upcoming interview cycle if I do get it. So shout out to the Bake Cafe. Oh, actually, first shout out in my order of shout out to Sugi for driving. Shout out to Garflin for sitting behind me. I was in like the front passenger seat and Garflin was in the back one, so AKA directly behind me. And they're like, Caliph, do you want me to give you like a massage? And I said, yes, please. So they gave me like a gentle massage, and they're like, oh, Caliph, I found like a knot in your shoulder. Oh, I didn't expect to find that. Let me play with it. And it was very sweet. They're very delightful with their hands, and they like helping people feel better. So I was very happy to have Garflin touch my knot. Dude, Kelf, I was talking to some friends earlier. We were sharing interview horror stories and rage bait. It was great. I'm glad you can have that style of catharsis, Callie. I'm gonna sip my tea. Perfect. So shout out now to the Bait Cafe. So I had never heard of this place, like near Ontario, California Convention Center, but it was super duper cute. They just had a whole bunch of different styles of treats over here. These are Garflin's photos again. So they got like lots of different like puddings and cakes and cupcakes and cute little imported snacks. They had this Biscoff Pondon snickerdoodle cookie. They had a gochujang caramel cookie, which I did not know what to expect from the flavor there. This was Sugi's meal right here. It was like these gorgeous looking pancakes with a banana and strawberry. I actually didn't even think to ask or listen to what the cute purple stuff was. I was mostly chatting with Garflin. I got a butter, what is it called? It's a St. Louis style treat that I'm forgetting right now. But like a butter cookie, like caramel latte or something like that. It was very delicious. This is just some awesome thing that Sugi got to go. They just walked around and gave like little samples of some cheesecake style thing they got. But I was super excited to get spam musubi because I did not actually get to have that in a very long time. And Boba Yubi is somebody who I know literally has a spam musubi sticker. So I kind of wanted to get it, eat it, and then take a photo and send it to them. Yeah, I haven't had Pondon before. I had heard of it. And I was talking with Garflin in line about both of these, and they actually ended up purchasing one so that we could all like share it. This is a butterscotch right here, which is so delicious. No, I tried to make like all the different variations of like the add quote command just work so that whatever people type, it would just like happen. You love musubi so freaking much. I probably shouldn't have too much spam because it's 100% spodium, but it is gosh darn delicious. And I really enjoyed these couple bites of food. So it was like a really nice crew. It was like me and Bellis, Sugi, and Garflin. And I learned so much about Garflin. Like leading into the con, there's a couple of people who like I knew I was gonna get to know for the first time IRL, like Pasky and Clear Rays, and some people I'd connect with again, like Lupin and Bug and Embellis. But Garflin is somebody who like I technically saw at Anthrocon, but we didn't really like talk at all. So with them like massaging me in the car and us like sitting next to each other and having like longer conversations, I learned so much about Garf, and I was very happy to experience that. While we were in line for the Bait Cafe, they're like, "Oh, Kelif, do you want to just watch a trailer for a coyote horror movie?" And I thought, I say yes to everything at cons. Yes. I like had heard that they worked in fragrance, but I learned so much more about how they work in fragrance and how much knowledge they have over there. We talked about them screenwriting and their love of stories. We talked about the different communities on furry Twitch and how they found a home here. After we were like done with the Bait Cafe, we were driven back over to the con. Thank you again, Sugi. And we hung out over in a hotel for a second, and I talked with Pasky and others, but we ended up just kind of wandering on over to the main con center again. And while I was hanging out in Dealer's Den with Garflin, I really like how they socialize. Like, Garflin was like, "Oh, can I introduce you to a bunch of my artist friends who are dealing?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So we would just walk on up to a booth, and Garflin would, in the most affectionate way, like gab about how wonderful the artist is, and then they would gab about how wonderful they perceive me to be. And it was very sweet. It just showed the exact like good puppy heart that they have and the eagerness to wag and share delight. And so you're so salty, I see. You're getting hungry. That was the most delicious food that I had. Oh yeah, talking about perfumes with the Garf was so interesting. 10 out of 10. They have a huge personality to draw focus. They do. My favorite AC memory of Garf was like Zord wanted to get the attention of the whole room to be able to give their letters. And Garf was just like, eyes on me. eyes on Zord. And it's like, that was it. Everybody was looking on Zord. It was like the easiest, simplest, I guess, approach, but it was perfect. Garfield is one of those people you really enjoy bullying. Affectionately, I'm glad. Yeah, Garflin is very large positive. They are so tall. Gosh. Oh, just random photos that I didn't have a place to put, so they all kind of just went here. When I saw this incredibly purple caribou on Friday, I'm like, I just want to take a picture and send it to Felix. So I did. This is the most purple suit I've probably ever seen, and Felix is the most purple dragon I know, so definitely over there. This is when I was like completely lost. Like I read the description of somebody saying where they were and I thought it was here and it turned out to be completely elsewhere. So this is me going like, here? Question mark? Here's a beautiful coyote who I did. Oh, yeah, they were at the Diamonds Are Forever meet because of the diamonds are on the forehead. And I feel like, you know, diamonds is like 2 triangles and coyotes are at least minimum 2 triangles. So perfect meet for them to go to. I'm going through my cowboy era, so therefore I have to take a photo with every cowboy suit that I see and then send it to my boyfriend. If I see a Ralsei, I have to take a photo of it and send it to Rick Fernello. It's con law. It was so difficult to take a photo with this Ralsei, not of any fault of their own. They were just so busy. Everybody was taking photos with this Ralsei, so there was like a queue. It's like every time somebody would be done taking a photo, somebody else would walk up and then they would like do the fursuit shuffle with their fursuit group. It was very difficult, so I'm glad I actually got one. Oh, you're a sad lioness, says Mystic. Mythic. So I misplaced a sentimentally important crossbody bag somewhere on campus. You don't exactly know where. Or it's hiding your room somewhere. You're being stressed by schoolwork. Hugs requested. I can try and channel a hug towards you that is as soft as all the fursuits here. I got to hug this guy right here. Look at how soft they are. The bristles of the fur, the warmth of the body. This is what I channel as I go over to you. Yeehaw. You send me porn? Send me porn! Okay. So I mentioned like cuddle parties and I'm like, I've never been to a cuddle party. Okay, this was the asterisk that I wanted to get to. I don't know how many people here have experienced like a pool toy party room at a con. My boyfriend, when they went to FWA this year, they took a beautiful like video of it and sent it to me. And it's like dim lighting, just like this, like soft purples, soft blues. There's like little kiddie pools, quote unquote, of like just people are cuddling in the pools. There's all these balloons. These are like, how do I say, like industrial strength balloons. They're not like Party City or whatever. Like they're harder to pop. We still heard a number of pops while we were in here. They all had like little lights inside of them. So we just wanted to go have a cozy time after food, after dealers, and we just walked on over. And we kind of went from like caddy corner. So like the entrance to the room was kind of like right here. And then there was like a relatively large like square. And we kind of were partying like right here. And even just walking over here, the room is filled utterly with balloons everywhere. People are like lying on the ground. You have to make sure not to step on people. And when we eventually got over here, understandably, all of like the kiddie pools were all full with like people cuddling. And there was just like balloons on top of everybody. There was plushies everywhere. There was large pool toys, of course, because that's the theme of the room. And I sat down near like this dolphin, and I just I put my my head on them, his little mini pillow. And me and Garflin were just kind of like talking. There was like Loop, there was Seamus as well. And while we were in here, my friend Clear Rays was like, Caliph, where are you? And I'm like, we're on the floor of the cuddle room near the back right, if you can make it over here. Oh, side note, you have to take your shoes off before you go into a room like this, and you have to leave like your backpack by the front with you. And yeah, like as this note says here that I misspelled, why have I not done this sooner? While we were just like in a little friend cuddle pile, I don't know if it was a staff member or like somebody else, but here's my first person view of a plush that must have been at least 3 caliphs wide / long, just smushing me completely. It was so delightful to be crushed by a plush so large. The paw of the big plush was just like rested on Garflin's face. Ray eventually like found us and like they pet my head and I pet their chest. And it was like the softest energy that I could have hoped for at a con ever. Oh, the first photo looks extremely soft and huggable. They were. Yeah, 10 out of 10 pastime, yeah. You went to what a flaw last year for like 5 minutes because you misunderstood the amount of swimming pools involved in it. It was Zara. Your hands are too small for the behemoth that is the Steam Deck. Does that make me more of a twink? I do think you have twink energy, Blam. Hi, Blam. Seamus is old. Yeah, so Seamus had the fursuit head on and the corn chip paws. He ended up holding hands with some rando, thinking it was lube. I also wrapped my legs around Seamus's waist to give them like a grounding technique. Take a breather, in. So you have the student union lost and found now? Let's check in with the dining hall staff tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully it's found. There's gonna be an ad starting soon, by the way. Smothered with the big plushie is how you want to go. NB Twink out here mashing shit. I absolutely believe that from you, yeah. So, 10 out of 10 cuddle room experience. I absolutely would do this again any moment. And that's going to start soon, so I will tell the strip mahjong party story after the ad is done. So I'm mostly just going to sip tea and yap with chat. Seamus' zero internal compass. The leg wraps were a lifesaver. I'll put my leg around one of y'all's hips again in the future, I'm sure. This is the last of my hot water that I can pour. Oh, there's barely any. I usually don't, like, finish all the tea that I pour for stream. Normally what I do for stream and what I did today is, like, I brew the hot water and then I pour it into the cup, as you expect. But then I put the rest of the hot water into a thermos that I could just like use to re-steep the tea over the course of the stream. Most of the time I do not go through the thermos. I'm going through the thermos today. On the topic of our little gender clothing conversation, you've had another article. Yeah, the one that you sent me previously was like beautifully baggy, very gender. So Fred is one of those extra huge it was an extra huge hyena plushie, yeah. Extra stuff with polyfeel. It's very hefty. You know what? For the record player room, I feel like that's exactly what I'm missing right now, is a giant plush to completely suffocate me just a little bit. Oh, a cardigan? Cardigans are very gender. What is boy dinner? What was the phrase that embellished you? So I'm gonna hiccup. Oh, there we go. Oh, boy kibble. That's what it was. While we were at In-N-Out, Embellis talked about, oh, are fries boy kibble? And I thought this is a funny idea of boy kibble is traditionally like cereal. Like, oh, just a little bit here, a little bit here. I absolutely did agree that fries could be boy kibble. You like cardigans? Yeah, they're cute. Oh, grilled cheese is so good. Do you have a soup to dip it in? So, I talked about earlier, Saturday at the con, that strip mahjong was theoretically going to happen then. For reasons it did not. It got actually for real scheduled on Sunday. And for all the same reasons that I mentioned, I wanted to go. So I wanted my first introduction to mahjong to be a strip variation just because that's funny to me. I had no intentions of playing or learning or anything like that. Mostly just like witnessing. And it was the same room that I hung out with the other day where I got soft bullied and gave my first accidental upskirt. And I was like, oh, I'd be happy to go back there and hang out with people. There was like a break between the pool toy party and coming over here. And I just spent some time in my hotel room. And I was like, okay, I'm ready. So I left my hotel room. And I had like a cute social moment where I'm like, I haven't been on Twitch this whole con. Like, I'm just gonna open up and see who's on. And Dr. Hawk, wonderful friend, was streaming a co-working stream, which is usually like Pomodoros, so like 25 on, 5-minute break, and then go up back to working. There's different structures, but usually that. And I caught them on a co-working stream during a break, which is statistically unlikely. So I just like told them some quick stories and I gave them affection, and then I walked on over feeling beautifully emotionally charged up to socialize. And I eventually made it to the room that I knew was going to be hung out at. And I knocked and I got let in. Everybody was clothed for now. And I walked on over, I saw people like getting set up for Mahjong, and I'm like, these are the tiles that people do enjoy. And who was playing at the time? I think it was like Kusa and Pasky and Golden, maybe Embellis. And like this person came in, and I had like never met them before. I had seen them in the chat, and like a bunch of people already talking, and I just saw them like hold in their little like Mahjong case. And I thought, this is my time. I'm going to go talk to them and hang out with them because everybody is currently busy either playing or yapping, and they're just kind of there holding their Mahjong. I want to talk to them. I want to know them. So we ended up just like sitting on the bed, and like, you know how in old shows and maybe commercials, there was like the girls on the phone just laying on the bed with like their legs kicked up? I feel like that's how them and I talked. Ooh, large plush time for future viewing. Thank you. Oh, you have creamy chicken noodle with your grilled cheese? I'm jealous. Yeah, please name drop. I forget. Oh, no ad played? Yeah, I think sometimes, like, if you open stream right when the ad's about to play, it just kind of skips it. I don't know what the timing is for that. The best time to play Mahjong and to learn. Stream didn't really care about parties. We kept it pretty quiet as far as parties go. Yeah, and I didn't mention it, but like Saturday night, like the big main party night of the con, parties were getting shut down left and right. And at least stories I heard that security was very rude shutting things down. Oh, you've played Flip 7? I've never played Flip 7 before tonight. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, they were very sweet. I had like never I'd only seen them like in the chat, and that was it. Yeah, that was Dirk. Thank you. Yeah, Dirk was very, very sweet to talk to. I really enjoyed talking with him. They talked about VR dancing. Well, no, they talked about IRL dancing, and then auditioning, and then actually doing it, and then we talked about VR dancing and just VR in general, because like literally talk about VR with everybody ever. It's like Uno with card attacks. Yeah, it's like a push your luck game, which I enjoy. That's something about cons I'm not too interested in. Not a go for parties in general. It's a cozy get together. I had a friend text me earlier today where they were like, Kelv, how many parties do you go to at cons? And I said, basically 0. Like, this strip mahjong party is a very rare event for me. M Small will get lost in parties. That's why we need somebody at a pool toy cuddle room to wrap their legs around you so you can't get lost. Because that's what I did for Seamus. So after like me and Dirk were talking, Kusa's like, oh, well, you can take my spot in Mahjong, and like I'll go over here with like this group and we can play Flip 7. So I mentioned it very briefly, but it is like a pressure luck style game. So the cards go from 1 to 12, and for every card number that exists, there are that many cards in the deck. So there's 12 12s, there's 7 7s, etc. There's other special cards, like there is like a safety card where if you would bust normally, quote unquote, your safety keep going. The goal is to flip 7 cards and have no repeats. So if you draw a 12, it's a little bit scary because there's a lot of 12s in the deck. If you draw a 1, you are perfectly fine. That's like the only one. And there's other like special cards. There's score increases. There's other things. There's like a freeze where you can like get somebody out of the game. But, and I didn't really consider this, and my boyfriend teased me for not thinking about it. They told me Caliph, you went to a strip mahjong party and didn't expect to experience any stripping of your very own. And I thought strip and mahjong were entirely tied. I did not expect the verb to apply to me. And the concept of me playing Flip 7 is that it was strip Flip 7. And I thought, I'm a lucky guy. I don't have to worry about that. So we started playing. It was like a group of four of us. And I immediately like win the first hand, and I'm like, bet we're still going. The goal of the game is to count up. I already mentioned like the flipping 7 and not busting. You can stop early if you get 7. That's the max amount of points, so you have to push your luck and try and get it. Um, and the goal overall is to add up all the numbers in your hand whenever you stop or hit 7, and you eventually get to 200. So I won the first hand, I won the second hand, and people are like busting left and right, like losing, as in they're starting to lose clothes and not just their hands. And it was interesting being in a situation like this because I'm not really like a nudity guy in general. Like I'm usually it is just me and the one I am lawfully betrothed to may see this one sight. Like I've never been like so the phrasing that I've used in the past for myself is I'm not really a group horny individual, which I still think is probably objectively true for what I'm looking for. But the idea of being casually nude around friends that you trust and care for, I didn't know how to feel about that. I didn't really consider it again because I wasn't considering the verb for me. But I'm very lucky. And let's just say I kept winning. And before I lost any clothing, there were 2 of my Flip 7 cohorts who had lost every single piece of clothing. Yes, every piece. And I was just like, I'm still winning. I'm doing great. And then I lost the next hand. And I'm like, I will take off 1 piece of clothing. And then I lost my shorts. And then I won in the next hand. So like there was 2 completely naked people, 1 people in their boxers, and then me only having lost my shorts because I'm too lucky. So in other words, my plan worked exactly as expected. The verb did not have to apply to me. What counts as a party, really? Yeah, the tea party did not feel like a big party. Yeah, like I theoretically, from a definition standpoint, I imagine a party is a double-digit number of people at a room socializing, but there's so many different flavors of that. I was talking with that same friend who was like asking what type of parties I've gone to. I like what's the right way to phrase it? Quirky parties. I think a strip mahjong party is pretty quirky. But like I've not been to, but I've heard of people throwing like cup noodle parties where it's like 11 p.m. on a Saturday and people want like a fucking snack. So there's just a bunch of cup noodle and then somebody making hot water over and over again, and you just like eat and you talk. Pasky went to like a grilled cheese party at this con. I heard that was a banger. I like just like, here's a single quirky reason for all of us to hang out and talk about. Like that Diamonds Are Forever meetup. If that was in a room, I would have gone to that party. I very rarely do like drinking room parties. AC 2024, I did one, and it was very positive just because I knew all the people. I got to know Divi there for like the second time, and that was really nice. I got to know Daff there, and I cuddled with Liz as I said beautiful things about my boyfriend. So like it can be fun, the traditional party atmosphere, but it's very rare. I definitely prefer the soft get-togethers more than the party get-togethers. More like ma show your dong. Uh-huh. You should know by now that every game in a room party is the strip version. I've never been to a strip party ever. Aesthetics being good at games, yeah. Too cracked to fail. Oh, you had a cup noodle party at TFF last year? That's not so fun, though. Not the stereotypical party you would like, yeah. Oh, yeah, like waffle pancake parties? That sounds great. Pre-finals pancake party in your dorm, buddy, that was fun. Hell yeah. So, as I was surrounded by various levels of nudity, kind of I mentioned it briefly earlier, but like, get out of here, yeah. I mentioned it briefly earlier, but part of the reason I did my Kiss adventure at Anthrocon is because I thought, well, maybe I should push myself. Maybe I should learn to find what my batteries are. What do I feel comfortable with? It turns out I can make out 6 different times with 4 different boys at a con, and it's fun. It turns out I can kiss my friends casually, and it's fun. And there I was, only missing my shorts after completely destroying in Flip 7, and I thought, I know what to do. I looked over at a friend, and the friend pet me on my head, a gentle sign of affection. And I said, did you hear the rumor at the party? Did you know that if 3 people pet Kelif, he has to strip another piece of clothing? And of course, this is a bit I set up. So immediately 2 other hands reach over to me. And I'm like, okay, this is on my terms, so I will allow it. And then after having lost the shorts, I thought, I'm just going to take everything off and use this as a learning experience because this is the safest place to explore. This is a place among friends. This is a place of no judgment. This is a place where people are already living their best. So why don't I join them for an evening and then decide how I feel about it? So I use that as like, okay, here's my impetus. I said it out loud. Now it has to happen. So as soon as 3 people pet me, which happened immediately, I took off every single piece of clothing and I left it in a pile. Which, to clarify, I've literally never ever done this. I've never done like group nudity. I've been to like capping trips, like God, like 7, 8 years ago, something like that. The husband and I went to a queer camp adventure and there was a lot of casual nudity. I never partook. This is my first experience ever really doing that. Oh, I mentioned it earlier when I was at like Ekneel's room. Like one of his roommates came out of the shower and he's like, yeah, do you mind if I just change in front of you? And I'm like, whatever. And that towel just like got tossed to the side. Trade offer. I receive pets. You receive nudity. That sounds like a situation easier to get nude with hands all over you. There was actually like, was there? There was only like naked cuddling. There was no naked touching, if you know what I mean. Yeah, the mahjong was so slow compared to Flip 7. How many games were even played over there? Like 5 question mark? I don't know how long mahjong takes. Was it a nice soft nudity? So it was a group of like, what, 5 individuals on the bed. Well, so the one individual who was still left in their boxers was like, well, fuck it. And then they joined. So it was just a room of like, yeah, 5, 6 naked people. Especially whenever it's so quiet and calm and respectful. Yeah. Crazy how certain social settings will let you go far beyond your usual comfort zone. Yeah, very true. You did a really good job recognizing the opportunity to grow and see how you feel with it. Proud of you. Thank you. And I thankfully did not grow in the other way at the party. Anyway. So yeah, from there, it was very casual. And it was just regular hanging out, but you know, the dicks and the bits were also present. They were here for the party and socializing. And I mentioned it earlier when I was teasing Pasky, but we were just there and I was asked, hey, do you want to do a tarot card reading for me? And I had brought my cards. Raishi had asked me to bring my cards to the con, so I did. And I gave my very first like tarot card reading to anybody. And I was very thankful to have like a number of knowledgeable people there. They may have been naked physically, but their minds were so filled and ready to share. And anytime I pulled a card, they're like, oh, yeah, they got like this one, they got like that one, they knew like all the details. And then I would provide my own reading. And I did one like directed kind of question reading. And then I did kind of 2 more general readings for individuals. And it was fun. I recently, and I can go find the picture of it really quickly. because I'm trying to get back into like all of my good habits right now, with my sickness sort of waning. I did a tarot card reading for myself to kind of prepare me for this upcoming week of health. Yeah, here it is. So I asked like, okay, I want to figure out my question. How can I celebrate my health with action, with words and thoughts? So I have these little like easels that I got online to hold my cards on, and then I made like small little labels for them. So these are the 3 separate ways that I can celebrate my newfound health that I am getting over my sickness. And these are in my workroom, where I can like look over to them when I'm like frustrated with a work meeting or annoyed at any particular thing, and have like a small grounding reminder of the different ways that I should be celebrating right now. In a situation like that, you start questioning who's actually winning. We did talk about that too. Yeah, it was this tarot deck. This is by Talenchi. It's called a Dorisa Tarot. Oh, yeah, so this is a 10 of Pentacles, this is Justice, and that's Ace of Wands. I know I'm covering the labels, but they use Earth here, or sorry, Ground. They use Ground here, and then they use Wind in this particular deck. So chat, a type of 1 if you know what stiff as a board, light as a feather is. Cause like I did not like ever hear about that. It's spelled like this. Dorisa Tarot. So I had never experienced it. I had never seen media that talked about it. No, I had never heard of stiff as a board, light as a feather. So while you know, a gaggle of individuals were all completely naked, um we looked at the twinkiest person in the room, and then somebody said, "Who wants to play stiff as a board, light as a feather?" So the twinkiest, loveliest individual sat down on the bed, and because I had never experienced, I found this picture on WikiHow. Thank you, WikiHow, for always having a photo for everything. So there was like 8 people who were not laying down, and everybody put their hands like slightly under the other person. Then we chanted 3 separate times, stiff as a board, light as a feather. And with the collective strength and the weight distribution, it was very easy to lift up the person with a collective teamwork. So very fun, very like team oriented. I never thought I would levitate a friend while nude, but I can add that to the list of things I've accomplished in my life. And the whole idea is that you're supposed to stick to the words, to stay stiff as a board. Well, I was looked at next and they said, "Kelif, do you want to try?" And I'm like, "Sure, I could do that, I guess." So I laid down on the bed and I put my arms in that same position right there, like crossed over to the shoulders. And let me tell you, I was unable to stay completely stiff as a board. As soon as I was lifted off of the bed, I involuntarily like convulsed. I was just like, I'm so used to wiggling and squirming that I did not fall to the bed, but I should have been dropped probably for breaking the complete rules of the ritual. But it was fun being completely lifted. Oh, and witch-related films? That makes sense. So you do the mantra, light as a feather bit. So yeah, we repeated the whole thing 3 times in a row. So after that, that was kind of like the end to the nakedness. There was a set time to like the party end for the strip mahjong specifically. And once that time had hit, then everybody just got clothed. We were back to being our regular traditional non-animal human forms. And we ended up just like cuddling on the bed with a good group of us. And I think this was like the perfect Sunday night to be able to end the con. Like we had just had like a good silly time. A bunch of people had just been casually naked together, and we had just done like a fun silly bit. It was then time for some people to leave. They had their own stuff to do. And then it was time for the rest of us to just all go onto the bed and cuddle and touch and talk about life and feelings. This is where like gentle talks happen, one of which I briefly mentioned previously, where it's, oh, what were your highlights of the con? And there was a lot of nice talk back and forth, which is more meant for private matters. But one fun thing that we did do is collectively on the bed, we were all actively appreciating the existence of one of our friends who was not present at the con. So I pulled up my phone and I'm like, let's record a little voice message for this friend right now. So I found their Telegram, I clicked it, I held the button, and I was like, hello, friend, it's us. We're all in a bed together and we're talking about how great you are. Then everybody on the phone just went one by one, and then I giggled, and then I hung up. And they gave their own voice message response while I was in the room with everybody. So I played both messages, the how it sounded, all of us on the recording, and then their response as well. And let's just say it was a really sweet moment for everybody in the room. It's so funny that 9 p.m. rolls around and then clothes go on. True. Sometimes people add stuff before the repeating times. Oh, like they're sick, they're dying, they're dead, to add more spookiness to it. Yeah, I feel like if you're, I was about to say if you're naked, then things are less spooky, but theoretically, I've been taught that the opposite should be true. I'm here, I'm here too. That was very funny. I mean, did I notice that one of my friends, I don't know if they were fully hard or at half mast? Yes, but I did not comment on it. You wish people would do that for you? It's something that I've instilled in myself a couple years ago. I remember I was at a con, like, it was probably like, I don't know. Wow, it was probably 2020. It was probably 5 years ago, where I was hanging out with a group of Twitch furries, and all of us were just like mentioning this one person that we all liked who wasn't present. And I thought, why the fuck aren't we telling them this? That they are important to us. So I just did that. I pulled out my phone and I texted them, like, this is the group of people, and we're all saying nice things about you, and we appreciate you. And ever since then, I have felt instilled to try and keep that habit pushed forward. Because if everybody is, saying that they like this person, it should be shared. It shouldn't be like a afterwards. It should be a now. Unsure if there's the time period where a certain friend I mentioned for a little, I don't know. I think it's a fun thing to do. It brings people into the love, even if they're not present for the conversation. Yeah, exactly like that too. You miss your old friends. I wonder if they still think of you. Yeah. So there was conversation in a Discord, which I won't get too much into specifics, but the idea of how do you restart talking to somebody that you aren't talking to anymore right now? Which it doesn't have to be like a hard break or anything, just the idea of we used to talk a lot and now we're not. Your instinct to record the moment is absolutely something to do too. Yeah, see, it's so important to let somebody know that you're thinking about them. Absolutely, 100%. That's why I recorded like 10 voice messages for my boyfriend and sent them to him because I was constantly thinking about him. And that was my convention. A couple small notes that I didn't mention here, but I'm going to sip my tea first to be good to me. So, shout out to Golden Pelt. Because I'm gonna turn alerts back on because I'm mostly done yapping. Alerts on. Excuse me. So shout out to Golden Pelt for being a wonderful friend to hang out with. So Monday, this is not an exaggeration. I had a 6 p.m. flight and no plans. So Golden, who's local, was like, Kelif, I'll hang out with you. So we ended up going to 85 Celsius. I took a lift over there, which is like a Korean bakery. Super delicious, very fun. And we ended up just like talking there for a couple hours. They kept me company. They gave me a tarot card reading, which I've never gotten one in person, which was very sweet. Delightful Tabby Cat? Yeah. That's extremely relevant to you? Yeah. Would love to message people again. Zero clue how to. It's really hard. Like I have different strategies in mind. Like, do I want to make like multiple paragraphs of, oh, it's been a while, I hope you're well, blah, 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 blah. Do I want to be like completely nonchalant and just pretend as if there's been no time and just send them like a meme or a piece of porn that I think they'd like to like just start a conversation? Do I keep it very straightforward of just like, hope you're doing well, smile? I don't know. It's hard to know the exact strategy. But yeah, Golden's great. We had a lot of wonderful conversations. The food was delicious. And after 85 Celsius, it was like, I don't know. I still had like 5 hours to kill. And my boyfriend was like, you could just explore California, go to a park. And I'm like, I kind of just want to sit in the airport. And I did. I got a lift on over. I got to the airport. Shout out to the Lyft driver for having stuffed animals in his car. Very cute. And I thought to myself, this is legitimately a foolish decision of what I'm doing. 5 hours in an airport with like no plans. So I just sat on my laptop and I started typing. And like this older woman sat next to me. She was like 65, I learned later. And there was this other guy. I was just charging my laptop. I was just journaling. And eventually, this woman, she asked me like the simplest conversation starter. She said, how are you doing? And I just started talking to her. And shouted again to Regina, 65-year-old woman at the airport, for talking to me for 90 minutes. We just went back and forth. I learned so much about her and her life. Where she had to stop working in her 30s due to disability, and she was talking about her doctor's appointments and about her kids and about her siblings and about all of her life's hopes and dreams. I'm gonna tell the story to my mom when I see her this upcoming weekend. But she one of the things I talked to Regina about is I'm like, yeah, I put my life into themes. And this year, my theme is nurture. So at the beginning of the year, I like put plots for my garden of what do I want to tend to that's really important to me. I put plots like my job and my husband and my friends and my hobbies and my community. And at the end of it, she gave me like almost a sly smirk and she said, I can't help but notice you didn't put your mom on that list. And I'm like, ooh, you got me. I did not put my mom on my nurture list, and she's literally coming to visit this upcoming weekend. So I'm going to tell her that, and I'm going to tell her it is now time for me to nurture this relationship. Hi, holy crap, it's been ages. How are you? That's a good, simple approach. You're the person who will type paragraphs all the time. Anti-nature pro airport. I was in so much nature mottos. I was walking from the Sheraton over to the DoubleTree in 85-degree heat. Okay, I can't complain too much. You're talking to random old people making those connections. Yeah, they were very sweet, easy to talk to. Your 7-year-old mom was in the Philly airport when Furry Delphi was going on, and she saw someone in their suit head in their bag, started talking about the con. That's so cute. But yeah, after Regina, she had to go make her flight, and she put her like hand on my shoulder. She's like, "Great talking to you," and it was a good time. After that, I just went back to journaling, and shout out to Sneezer for like finding me in a corner and being like, "Oh, hi, Kella." Like I had just joined a Discord call and was just like talking slightly over there. But I was much more happy to actually have the IRL physical connection with somebody else who had just done like a con. So we ended up talking for like, I think it was like another 90 minutes. And in the middle of that 90 minutes, Koi, who was lurking here earlier, also stopped by, and we just all shared like little bits of life, little bits of our con, and it was really good. People and interactions like that make life worth living. Yeah, it's serendipity, which is a word that I absolutely love. And like, even after both Sneezer and Koi, who happened to be on the same flight, like they had to leave and I still had like an hour left to go. I walked on over to my new gate because it had changed because airports are hell on earth. And I just ended up talking like to another random furry who had been at AFC. So even though I felt like a loser for getting to the airport 5 hours early, I barely had any downtime and it was almost all conversation. So it ended up really working out. I got very lucky on my airport trip. And like it was a long trip home, I'm not gonna lie. It was 5 hours in the airport before my first flight. And then my second flight happened, and the flight was actually too fast, and we had to wait like an extra 45 minutes as like a layover before my next one. And one last shout out, because that's my bit for right now. Shout out to my beautiful friends for being in a Discord call and keeping me company while I was at the Las Vegas airport surrounded by a bunch of grossness. So to have like a little bit of queer furry community while surrounded by all of that was very nice. The not me koi, it's not at all confusing. Airport's getting down, so you copy of Brian Eno's seminal genre-defying classic, Ambient 1, Music for Airports on vinyl. Maybe when I actually go shopping locally for vinyl, I can find a hit vinyl like that. Yeah, shout out beautiful Discord gays, true. Ah. Oh, man. Chat, nobody thought I could do it. Nobody thought I could actually get through my entire recap in one stream. I actually think maybe some people thought it. See, there's Koi. There's going to be an ad starting soon, by the way. You mentioned next week's going to be hell for you. Is there a reason why? Oh, I might have been joking about like an airport thing. Is next week going to be weird for me? My mom's visiting this weekend, which is awesome. I mean, if the current job prospects I have don't work out, I'll be super sad about it because I was excited about it. So I have to get back onto the job grind, which is not fun. But other than that, I'm just kind of bored at work. It's just boring. You made it! Thank you. That was fun remembering things from your side. Yeah. It was great having your perspective and anybody else's perspective who was at the con. You know, the job does work out. I do too. I'm doing that bad habit right now of checking my email too often to see if they send me things. And I know that just builds anxiety. And that's part of the reason it's probably on my head right now. You always believed me. Don't look at the VOD. Shaking my head. Oh, it's great listening to my AFC experience. Thank you, Koi. I don't know if they can hear me because it's an ad time. I think it's probably the right idea for me to raid out now and not play a Mega Bonk for 30 minutes because it's a good idea to rest my voice and actually see my husband a little bit. We've still kind of been distancing because he's been sick and I've been sick, but I still want to knock on his door and casually from the hallway talk to him about his day and my day. Less job grinding, looking for work. More job grinding, playing the applicable Final Fantasy game of your choice. Thank you, Kiba! Rawr, rawr, rawr. Yeah, the koi, and the koi. There's lots of kois. Caliph simply needs to kiss more boys. Caliph Kiss Con 2026. If that wasn't 3 Ks in a row, I might think about it. I'm going to figure out who to raid. And I misspelled Twitch. I'm glad I'm not sharing my screen. Twitch. Ooh, Koi Pond, true. Get out of here. There's so many people streaming right now. Oh, wait. I have to raid Divi. They're playing Mega Bonk. I love Divi. I was in a Discord call with Divi, I think it was on Sunday when I was just like sick and gross, and they were really nice company. Oh, it looks like they're fighting the final boss right now. It's a cute fox. This is what they're doing. Apparently they're Worm Woman. I don't know the context for the hat. Whoops. Yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for hanging out, chat. I always like doing recaps, and I really just miss talking. I think part of the reason I was talking so quickly and so excitedly is just like, I've kind of just been isolated in my own little sick bubble, and being able to exit that, being able to see so many beautiful faces, friendly names, and warm souls is like something I knew I missed on a base level, but I appreciate more than I thought I'd appreciate. So thank you for being here. Love you, Caliph. Good night. Sorry, Rega, that you couldn't be at the casual nudity Caliph con. Thanks for the stream. You can be. Oh, I helped you feel better. Let's go. That's always the win. Hype train. I'm literally raiding out. I don't know what it's talking about. Thank you for the toast. Right there. I turned off alerts earlier, so those aren't even on for a bit. Glad tea. Yeah. Go Crystal Project super hard. Go have fun. I'm gonna go probably get to bed early and rest my body and rest my voice to try and get these last few healthy percentage points back in my body. Yeah, that butt's at Disney right now. Oh, I'm ready now. Bye. Bye.